Indian interference is taking a backseat to China's alleged meddling in the riding of Don Valley North in Toronto. We'll get through this. Han Dong quit the Liberal caucus after allegations surfaced he may have won his 2019 nomination with the help of the Chinese government, including the organization of a busload of international students. Details Dong remembered just a day ago. I was told by the campaign that there were students coming in a bus. Dong testified he didn't know who organized the bus, but he did visit a group of high school students from the New Orient International College and encouraged them to get involved. Encouraged them to volunteer for my campaign, and for those who are eligible, I encouraged them to register as Liberal members so they can vote. Liberal Party rules allow delegates as young as 14 to vote for nominees. You don't have to be a Canadian citizen, but you do have to show proof you live in the riding. But Dong's 2019 campaign manager testified they shouldn't have cast ballots. Unless they were permanent residents and had some form of ID, they would not be eligible to vote. A key fundraiser for Dong's campaign, Michael Chan, also has allegedly close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. In testimony, Chan distanced himself from Dong. Do you recall if you were present when he announced that he was running for the nomination? I can recall. But this video clearly shows Chan at Dong's nomination announcement in 2019. Tomorrow we'll hear from Conservative candidates, including former leader Erin O'Toole, about the impact of Chinese meddling on their campaigns. Heather. Judy, thank you. To tragedy in Edmonton, an 11-year-old boy is dead, killed by two large dogs at a home he was visiting. Animal control officers say they were called to that same home twice this year. They left neighbors shaken with more questions than answers. Wait, what? CTV's Nav Sega is following the story. Animal control officers have been to this home before. This year, they responded to 2 attack complaints that occurred inside. Police say this latest deadly attack also took place inside the home, and it happened when the 11-year-old boy came to visit someone who lived here. This video shows the scene Monday evening. Police cars, fire trucks, and EMS can be seen lining the block. Police say they came to this home just before 8 p.m. When they arrived, they found a severely injured 11-year-old boy. In a news release, they described the animals that attacked him as very large dogs. Police attempted life-saving measures until EMS arrived, but the boy died. The 2 dogs were taken by animal control peace officers. Video shows the moment the dogs were loaded up and taken away. You can see police and a woman standing outside the animal control vehicle before the woman grabs a flashlight and heads to the backyard. One neighbor I spoke with says you can hear the 2 dogs fighting with one another constantly. We've never even been in contact with these dogs, and I'm glad we haven't. But my kids could have potentially come into contact with these dogs, so it's pretty alarming. So it definitely is scary. Police say the dogs belong to a person who lives at the home. An autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow. Police describe the 2 dogs as very large, but would not share the breed. We're also wondering what was the relationship between the 11-year-old boy and the dog's owner, and if that owner will face any charges. Well, shit. The dogs have been the subject of multiple barking complaints in the past as well. That doesn't mean nothing. Still in Alberta, a police officer was injured and a dog shot dead during an attack in Calgary. Police were investigating illegal encampment when the dog attacked one of the officers who fired his gun, killing people. The officer was taken to hospital with hand injuries. 2 people inside a motorhome on the site were taken into custody. What? Turning to a major story overseas tonight, the deadly Israeli airstrike that killed 7 aid workers delivering food to Gaza. The World Central Kitchen says it's mourning the loss of these heroes who are being remembered as brave and selfless. It's raising fresh questions about the strike that hit their convoy. Now some ships carrying much-needed food are being turned around as organizations and countries, including Canada, demand safety for humanitarian groups. CTV's Heather Wright reports. Some of the bodies of those killed in Monday's airstrike in Gaza arrive at a hospital today. 33-year-old Canadian-American Jacob Flickinger has been identified by World Central Kitchen as one of its 7 aid workers hit by an Israeli airstrike, along with citizens of Poland, Britain, Australia, and a local Palestinian man. These are some of the best people out there. Super Network. Hey, this is Mitch. Australian Zoe Frankham is being remembered as a brave hero by her friends and family. People like Zoe are so selfless and only doing what they do because of their love for humanity. All 7 people were working for World Central Kitchen, an organization founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres, which has been helping prepare and distribute food throughout the enclave. WCK says the workers were traveling in armored cars clearly marked with the World Central Kitchen logo. The vehicles were hit as they left the organization's Deir al-Bella warehouse, despite their movement having been coordinated in advance with the Israeli Defense Force. It just shows that operating in these types of situations, say IDF just can't seem to minimize the collateral damage. Israel has taken responsibility for the strike.
Oh, wow.
In a public apology, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his country deeply regrets the tragic incident.
Oh, really?
It sparked swift condemnation
I don't
from the
think
organization. Many countries, including
you're
Canada,
pretty fucking proud of yourself, actually.
This is uncomfortable, but it is an inevitable result. That's why the war is being conducted.
Wow.
More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed during this war, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, while the death toll of aid workers is estimated to be at least 196, according to the UN.
The more violent it gets for humanitarian aid workers, and as I said, this is one of the worst in recent history, the less likely it is that they're going to be willing to take those risks.
World Central Kitchen has for now paused its work in the region. Today, the organization's CEO accused Israel of using food as a weapon of war.
Wow.
CTV's Heather Wright, thank you. A powerful earthquake has rocked Taiwan's east coast. A 7.4 magnitude quake rocked the entire island and collapsed buildings in at least one town. Power was knocked out in several parts of Taipei, sparking a tsunami warning for the islands of southern Japan and the Philippines. More than 50 million Americans are on alert tonight as severe storms barrel across central and eastern states, damaging winds and snow. A state of emergency has been declared in Kentucky, while in Ohio, strong winds and blinding rain virtually brought traffic to a standstill. The severe weather leaving a trail of destruction across multiple states. The violence in Finland has stunned the nation today. One child was killed and 2 seriously wounded in a school shooting. The 12-year-old suspect custody.
He came into the classroom behind us and shot 3 people.
Police caught the suspect less than an hour after the suspect and the victims were all 6th graders. A national day of mourning will be observed on Wednesday.
What the fuck?
There are concerns over how the mental health of teenagers will be impacted on Snapchat. The app is allowing some users to see how they are ranked
What?
by their friends.
Yeah?
Put it in a script.
Yeah?
These students might be out of school for this, keeping them connected with their friends.
Like my go-to app, I use it multiple times a day.
And keeping tabs on who they chat with.
I like it, honestly, because then I can see like who I've been snapping the most.
The Friend Solar System is a strong Snapchat Plus that ranks your top 8 friends based on how much you message them. Mercury is your closest friend, while Neptune is farthest away. Users can see where they fall in their friend's solar system, but they can't see who else is in the digital orbit.
The design essentially is actually making teens feel in many ways jealous of their rankings, but also it really means that I think people are feeling even lonelier if they don't make that list.
Some experts say the ranking system of sorts turns relationships into a game at a crucial developmental stage for youth.
It gives you a false sense of where you are in your social grouping, of who you might be.
It's part of a growing conversation around social media and mental health.
You and the companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands.
Earlier this year, social media CEOs testified at a U.S. Senate hearing focused on online child safety. And just last week, Florida's governor signed a bill that would ban children under 14 from using social media. In Canada, Ontario school boards are suing social media giants for allegedly disrupting students' rights to education.
It shouldn't be up to school boards to have to sue social media companies. We should have these things in place already.
Snapchat says the feature is one of many that's meant to engage users and can easily be toggled off. The company also noted it's only available for Snapchat Plus subscribers, which make up about 1% of global Snapchat users, and the vast majority are over the age of 18. Allison Bamford, CTV News, Regina.
A day after the cost of carbon increased, Ontario Premier Doug Ford slammed the tax, calling on the federal government to scrap it.
This carbon tax has to go.
Ugh.
A year and a half, the Prime Minister's going. As simple as that. He will be going, I'll guarantee you.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre penning a letter to Trudeau requesting within 6 weeks of receiving this letter, you convene an emergency meeting of Canada's 14 First Ministers to discuss the carbon tax crisis. Poilievre also calling on Trudeau to allow provinces to opt out of the price on pollution. The Prime Minister is pushing back on that proposal, but says he remains open to alternative solutions. Coming up, remembering a star of the Canadian sketch series SCTV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Guy Cavaliero of the CTV Network. I'm president and owner, as you may well know.
From TV staples to movie blockbusters, tributes more in for Joe Flaherty. Plus, moving a mystery that washed ashore.
The Vashi Capello Show keeps you informed. I don't think that the carbon tax is the right instrument at this time.
Hard-hitting interviews. What do you think the government should be doing to convince Canadians? Entertaining analysis and lively debate.
We have been here with Canadians.
The benefit on this show of getting so many people to call in.
Plus breaking news as it comes into our newsroom.
And they are not convinced of that.
The Vashi Capello Show, weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Oh, 1-800-353-6013. That's 1-800-353-6013. Again, 1-800-353-6013. I'm Martin Cook, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. But Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like this woman with you. Quote, I've always been susceptible to sinus colds and a long-time sufferer of horrible allergies. On top of that, I'm pregnant and allergic to certain medications. After 11 days of being absolutely miserable, my husband ordered Navage for me. I can't recommend this product enough. It's the only thing that worked for me. 100% worth the investment. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is that Canadian type, family-free, yeah, Jonker 2, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. This is CTV News on CJAD 800.
The entertainment world is mourning a massive loss. A master of sketch and improv comedy, Joe Flaherty has died at the age of 82. He was American, but delighted his Canadian fans on the legendary series SCTV. Andrew Johnson.
The sketch show SCTV spawned an entire generation of Canadian comedy. Now the legendary second is down another member with the loss of Joe Flaherty. He had so many good characters, they're all funny, right? Flaherty was one of SCTV's original writers and performers, an American who migrated to Toronto, bringing to life the likes of Count Floyd.
You're gonna be scared right out of your pants. What dresses or whatever you wear.
And TV executive Guy Caballero, president and owner, as you may well know. Castmate Martin Flaherty today is the anchor of the show and the funniest man in the room. Later, Flaherty popped up all over the place, including the Back to the Future universe.
Is your name Marty McFly?
Flaherty perfectly filled the shoes of a worrywart father in cult comedy Freaks and Geeks, and in one of his most memorable roles, making life miserable for Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore.
Hey, Gilmore, you suck, you jackass.
Sandler offered his condolences today to the man he says he worshipped growing up, the nicest guy you could know. Flaherty also took the next generation.
I will always remember just how generous he was to me, how enthusiastic he was, how great of a teacher.
I demand respect.
In recent a comedy writing course at Toronto's Humber College. His family says he died yesterday after a brief illness. Joe Flaherty was 82. Andrew Johnson, CTV News, Vancouver.
Still ahead tonight, the hometown hero who's shooting for the stars. I'm Maya Johnson. Montrealers have always turned to CTV for the local stories that matter most, and that's the unique focus of our new 5 p.m. newscast. Local stories and in-depth analysis.
CTV News with Maya Johnson, now in line for 5:30 weeknights.
The way we've been listening to music has really evolved over the years. First it was the record player, then the cassette tape player, the CD and MP3 players, and now the turntable is back in style. But we've heard that song before. Over time, all those devices become outdated or can no longer be used. The best way to make sure they're still useful is to bring them to one of the authorized drop-off points of the Quebec Electronics Recycling Program. Because recycling old electronics is not a waste of time.
Wait, this is all included?
Yep,
And this too?
that's right. All of it.
Okay, and this?
Yes, sir. Even this.
Oh, must cost a pretty penny.
Nope, $89.
Wow, only that?
Only that. Switch to Bell and get 500 internet and the best TV service with 10 channels of your choice, including sports networks and even Crave for only $89 a month. For details and to check availability, call 310 Bell. Bell, switching just got better.
CTV News on CJAD 800.
Caitlin Clark has become the face of college basketball and has fans glued to the game. 12.3 million people watched Clark's dazzling display in Iowa's victory at March Madness, the most watched women's basketball game on record. Here's CTV's Sarah Plowman on her remarkable rise.
There's Clark. Clark pulls up another deep one. It's good.
So many eyes on her, but opponents struggle to stop her.
She's simply ridiculous.
Caitlin Clark is synonymous for women's basketball. She's the NCAA's all-time lead scorer for men or women. Has celebrity fans like Jason Sudeikis, and last night broke another record, the most three-pointers in an NCAA career, as Iowa avenged last year's loss against LSU to head to the Final Four.
A lot of people counted us out at the beginning of the year with the people we lost, and all we did was work really hard, and to get back here is really hard. This region was loaded with so much talent, and, Jonathan finished.
41 points with 12 assists, wowing fans and humbling opponents.
I said, I sure am glad you leaving. I said, girl, you something. I've never seen anything like it.
The point guard is headed to the WNBA draft. Raised in West Des Moines, Iowa, she's the pride of her home state.
What she does on the court is magic. She's so fun to watch.
Iowan drove to Texas to cheer on Clark in the Final Four. This year, she's driving 11 hours to Cleveland to do it again.
The atmosphere at the games is incredible. Iowa fans really pack the arenas.
Canadian players are watching too and see a role model.
I think she's a really big inspiration to a lot of young players. Even if she's scoring 40 points a game.
Clark studies marketing at University of Iowa. With her brand and name recognition, it seems, she may have already mastered that.
She knows that the product that she's putting on right now is a perfect marketing formula for the women's game.
Despite so many titles, there's one Clark doesn't have, national champion. Iowa takes on the University of Connecticut in the semifinals on Friday. Sarah Palm with CTV News.
After the break, winning the race against time and tide. A long-lost ship.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services to help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp database includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
I'm Mary Pally, pre-arrangement counselor at Canaan Federling Funeral Home. When pre-planning a funeral, it's important to take the time to explore all options to make informed decisions based on your values and preferences. Pre-planning eases the burden on your family.
The experienced team at Canaan Federling is here for you. Make the inevitable less painful. For a no-obligation consultation, call 514-481-5301 or visit CanaanFederling.com. Your peace of mind begins with us.
Thinking about returning to school? It's never too late. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Center. Earn missing credits or prerequisites for CEGEP. Check out our huge selection of courses, all recognized by the Ministry of Education. There are day and evening programs. Tuition is free, and we have tutors and academic advisors who can help you succeed. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Center. Visit our website today, nsb.qc.ca.
You're listening to CTV News on CJAD 800.
We have an update to a story we first brought you a few weeks ago. A shipwreck that washed up on shore in Newfoundland has finally been hauled from the ocean in a savvy salvage operation. Here's CTV's Garrett Berry on the mystery ship.
With just about everything this excavator can give, this giant mysterious boat is finally out of the water. Volunteers had to cut it into pieces for this heavy machinery to move it from the ocean. Now on land, it's a sigh of relief for this community. They've been holding their breath for weeks, fearing every high tide would wash it away.
Since we came on scene with it, it has busted its mooring 7 times, and we've had to tie it on 8 times. Because no matter what we do, the water comes off and it wants to take back.
Almost nothing is known for sure about this boat. It washed up here in the original part of the southwest coast 10 weeks ago. Some speculate it's about 200 years old, and it seems that just about everyone has a theory of where it came from.
It's not only the top of the town, it's the top of the whole area. Like, we're getting people to come up on the beach, and they come from everywhere. Like, we had them from everywhere.
A closer look at the boat, now possible since it's on shore, reveals it wasn't important.
In my opinion, anyway, it had to be something that was constructed to carry something heavy or deal with some things, like traveling through ice areas and stuff like that.
The community lighthouse built a small museum to contain it.
We've had several hundreds of people inquiring about it.
I know what you like.
think that this would be the boost that the settlers.
We're going to need a big combination of fundraising and government funding to make that dream a reality. Carrier CTV News, St. John's.
Fascinating discovery. That's our show for this evening. I'm Heather Butts. For all of us at CTV National News, thank you for watching. Good night, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
They're closing the 136 West right now from the start at Penn through both tunnels all the way to the Lucien Lallier on-ramp. Each side of the 15 between the Lachine Canal and de la Vérandrie has 2 out of 4 lanes knocked out. To carry northbound from the Châtellon exit to the top has 2 out of 4 lanes barred, along with the full closure of the Paris entrance / Châtellon entrance if you prefer. On side of the expressway, Pavillon-le-Blanc Bridge to and from Laval is off limits. Only 1 lane open, 15 north between the De La Seigneurie and Michel Gourec exits 25 and 28 respectively over there on the French Ottawa North. 40 west exit to the 25 south-ish, along with the 13 south ramp to the 520 east. There are days when the traffic is ridiculous, but at Canac hardware stores, the prices are ridiculous every day. Visit canac.ca. I'm Mark Schultz from the CJAD Outer Traffic Center.
You're listening to CTV News with Caroline Van Flanagan on CJAD 800.
A temporary reprieve from deportation for a Nigerian family. Can a bus driver really force everyone off the bus? And an inclusionary night of hockey at the Bell Center.
CTV News with Caroline Van Flanagan.
Good evening. A family of 5 is feeling hopeful about their future in Canada tonight.
Good.
They were
At least
supposed
one
to
of us
be
is.
deported this Friday to Nigeria, where 3 of them are from originally. But today, a last-minute reprieve with Ottawa granting them a temporary permission to remain here in Montreal. And that's the mother and she's eager to get back to work.
That's right, Caroline. Now, Deborah Adikboy and her husband and their 3 children found out today they're being allowed to remain here while they pursue their application for permanent residence based on humanitarian grounds. And yes, Caroline, Adikboy is happy to get back to work as an orderly. She says helping people makes her happy. On Saturday, there was a gathering downtown in front of Federal Immigration Minister Mark Miller's office.
Mr. Miller.
Reversed the deportation order, and it seems the media coverage did have a positive effect. Adikboy and her husband arrived in 2017 from Nigeria with their first child, who is now 8 years old. The family was fleeing what they described as a religious persecution by a dangerous Nigerian sect. Since then, they've had 2 more children here in Canada, and she says finding out today that the family can stay means so much to her. Here's what she told me tonight.
So blessed.
Yeah, it means, we are safe. There is hope. Staying in Canada, the news. We are safe.
Okay.
Caroline,
Sure.
She says she's doing things for people who really need help, and as an orderly, she said that really makes her happy.
What?
I go house to house. I work in the community, so I go from one client to another. I will attend to their needs, take care of them, give them shower, help them cook, feed them. Some I give some medication. I go to their houses to help them to clean their houses, to do housekeeping and some other things. So. And I'm happy doing the job because I have passion for it.
So truly one of the guardian angels that worked right through the pandemic, and she told me she's grateful to the immigration minister and the prime minister, and she promises her family will always contribute to this country, Canada.
All right, that's very much facts. A family from Ontario.
Trust me, this country will fuck you when the best first chance they fucking get.
It happened while the family was on March break down south, and now they're hoping their story will help others. Angela McKenzie has that.
It was supposed to be a relaxing vacation for Trisha Longtan and her family.
We were told here to go on this trip, and then it was ruined for several days at the end.
On March 8th, Longtan and her husband and 2 children drove their year-old Toyota Highlander from Ontario to Montreal's Trudeau
Their year-old?
Airport. She says they spent the night before their flight at the Sheraton Montreal Airport
Yeah.
Hotel, opting to park in its private parking lot near a security camera.
We put a security club on it in their private parking lot that had a security bar.
Oh yes, your car got stolen. Please say your car got stolen.
But partway through their vacation in Punta Hannah, Longtan says she started getting notifications on her phone through her car's app that the windows were down.
Oh, shut the front door.
Longtan could see it had been moved a kilometer and a half away to an industrial part of Dorval.
What?
It was very, very hard. We were very stressed. We had to be making phone calls back and forth.
Their SUV was gone, but she says police recovered their insurance papers and personal effects that were left on the street. The comes as police forces across the country are dealing with high levels of car theft. Just a few weeks ago, a major Ontario-Quebec police operation led to 34 arrests connected to vehicle thefts. George Iney with the Automobile Protection Association says the Montreal airport and surrounding hotels have all had their share of cars stolen from their parking lots.
The staff at the hotels are well aware when their lots are vulnerable, and they also know what's being stolen.
He says the safest bet is to leave your car at home, which isn't always possible, and he says car manufacturers need to step up.
Certainly for vehicles that are high theft targets, they are inadequate.
The Sheraton Montreal Airport Hotel said it wouldn't be appropriate to comment on this case because it's being investigated by police. But as safety and security is of utmost importance to us, which is why we review our plans and procedures often and work closely with the authorities on an ongoing basis. Our team has been in direct contact with the guests to address their concerns, which we take very seriously. Montreal Police did not respond to our request for comment by our deadline. Longtan says the hotel is reimbursing them for their stay and parking, but she thinks they should also pay the family's deductible.
We just never put together a reputable hotel in a private, closed parking lot that this can happen.
And hopes other families won't ever experience what hers did. Angela McKenzie, CTV News.
Well, passengers on an STM bus recently found themselves left on the side of the road. They've been told to get off the bus by the driver, who refused to take them any further after one passenger who missed a stop raised their voice.
Yeah! Fuck yeah! They're fucked up.
Rider who wanted to remain anonymous shows the moment an STM bus driver stops the bus, gets off, and argues with the passenger. Then he kicks everyone off the bus.
What?
The passengers seem confused and upset. When they try to get an explanation, he tells them it's due to a passenger that yelled at him. One by one, they're forced to leave, including this elderly rider. As the driver takes off, they're left by the side of the road to wait for another bus. The person who took this video wanted CTV to find out if drivers are allowed to do this.
No.
The STM did not want to comment, but the bus drivers union did. Simon Ventura speaks for more than 8,000 bus drivers in the province, and he says they're dealing with more aggressive passengers than ever before.
You know, we're
That's not an excuse, I'm sorry.
We don't know who we pick up.
Yeah, but we all deal with difficult customers on a daily basis. You can't handle that doors and customer service.
But the video reinforces their call for a barrier between passengers and drivers.
The STM for driver protection cabins for over 10 years for exactly that reason. And probably if the driver had been behind the protective cabin, he would have kept going because he would have felt safe.
Well, he admits it was an unconventional way of dealing with the situation.
In this case, we believe that the driver took the best interest to protect everyone.
What?
An unforeseen bus stop that didn't sit well. Denise Roberts, CTV.
Can't do that.
Meantime, Mixie launched its 16th year today after a mild winter. This is the earliest the Mixie season has started, and officials say the service will now continue year-round. Olivia Lamont reports.
Mixie will no longer just be a seasonal offering in the spring and summer months. Instead, the bikes will continue to roll all year round.
What we're seeing is that riders are ready for the winter biking season. There's really enthusiasm.
According to Mixie, 3,000 people used the bike sharing service between November and March, 1 month before the winter pilot project ended. An average of 3,727 trips were also taken per day, which exceeds initial estimates.
We were very surprised and
Dixie Director General Christian Vermette says despite snow and freezing rain, the system performed well in the cold.
Okay. Let's see how this goes.
On Tuesday, Dixie launched its earliest start to its regular season ever. 60% of the network is already up and running because some docking stations were used during the winter. The rest of the season will be set up over the next 2 weeks. The city of Montreal owns the Dixie bicycles. This year, it's adding 1,300 bikes to the roughly 10,000 bike fleet.
We're putting more bikes in the areas that are already served, but we also want to open new territory in the next year because we see there's an appetite coming from different boroughs.
The city says it's looking to add more Bixie locations year-round. Only 150 stations were available this past winter. The official opposition agrees.
I think it's a good thing for Montrealers. We have increased services all over the city, implementing models and not just the services.
Officials won't say where and when this will happen. They're still waiting to analyze all the data from the first winter season before bringing more stations into the cycle. Olivia O'Malley, CTV News.
Quebec's taxi drivers were represented in court today for the start of a class action suit. Suits over Quebec's abolition of taxi permits in 2019, several years after Uber began operating in the province. The suit was launched by former permit holders who said Quebec knew that its decision would cause the value of taxi permits to fall. It also claims the compensation paid to permit holders was far below market value. SQ officers have begun pressure tactics. They're now wearing red caps as they try to negotiate their contract with the government. Their contract expired in March of 2022. Last week, negotiated a deal that included a 21% pay raise over 5 years, but the officers rejected that offer. Their union says the members want raises that are in line with other police forces and say there have been no serious talks with the government for the past 7 months. The city of Châteauguay on the South Shore is going on a hiring spree. Today, the city announced it has 200 to 250 jobs that it wants to add to its workforce of 700. Some of those jobs are seasonal, but one of the objectives is to diversify the city's workforce. And after another winter, Montreal city crews are out on the streets again and the sidewalks cleaning up. But the opposition to City Hall isn't impressed with the cleanup efforts. They say it all needs a rethink. Maya Johnson.
I spoke with Aref Salem, and also Montreal is renewing its calls for changes so Montreal can be a cleaner city. They say Projet Montreal's policies are making a bad situation worse, so they're trying to put pressure on the Plante administration. Now, a couple of weeks ago, on the first day of spring, Ensemble Montreal councillors were speaking out about, quote, the perpetual state of filth Montreal is in all year round. They say Montreal's state of cleanliness is at a record low. Yesterday, the city announced its spring cleaning blitz. You're seeing some images of it there. And they're asking Montrealers to cooperate, for example, by respecting street parking restrictions so the cleaning crews can do their jobs without obstructions. But Aref Salem says what the city really needs is a year-round cleaning brigade instead of targeted seasonal cleanup operations.
You know, when we come just on the 1st of April to clean the whole winter garbage on the streets, it's gonna take more time, it's gonna take more effort, it's gonna take, like, you know, now they're gonna start the snow coming this Wednesday. So if we have this brigade of cleanness all year long, we'll have less garbage to pick up during during the beginning of the season, springtime. So basically what we're asking is like to increase this brigade to be 7 days a week, 8 hours, 5 years, days a year, and make sure, like, you know,
what? I love you.
Another area of concern for the opposition is reduced garbage pickup. For example, in Park Extension, buildings with 9 units or more will have just once a week instead of twice. And in Mercier, Hochelaga, Maisonneuve, a couple of areas of that borough now only have pickup once every 2 weeks. Ensemble Montreal says that's proving to be problematic. It also wants the city to increase the the number of garbage bins in public places and replace open garbage bins in public places with closed ones. And it's calling for more frequent garbage collection at city parks, among other measures.
Glorious day today across southwestern Quebec with plenty of sunshine, mild temperatures. Montreal getting up to 11 degrees, so double digits for a second day in a row. And temperatures overnight expected to stay above the freezing mark. So we're calling for a low of 2 in the city. That's about 5 degrees above average. But things are really changing tomorrow. We're tracking a Colorado low that'll bring increasing cloud through the day. The winds are going to ramp up. We'll see gusts up to 60 kilometers per hour. Wet weather will begin late afternoon in the form of showers. Those showers will be changing over to wet snow Wednesday night into Thursday as temperatures drop close to the freezing mark. I'll have details on accumulations coming up a little later. And also coming up, Quebec no longer has a surplus.
News breaks. Be the first to know. CJAD 800.
Former Quebec Liberal cabinet minister Benoit Pelletier died in Mexico over the weekend. His family described him as an attentive husband and devoted father.
Get it first on Instagram and Twitter. Email to your inbox and on News Talk Radio. CJAD 800.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the with a technical drawing. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take an opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6013. That's 1-800-353-6013. Again, 1-800-353-6013.
This is CTV News. I'm Van Flanagan on CJAD 800.
Hydro-Quebec no longer has a surplus of energy. That statement today from Quebec's Economy and Energy Minister, Pierre Fitzgibbon. And he says the province has ambitious plans to become carbon neutral. Macro reports.
In front of a packed crowd, outlines Quebec's energy future. The province has a lofty goal it wants to reach. Fitzgibbon says he wants Quebec to be the first carbon neutral state in North America. That means Quebec would have to offset the same amount of carbon it emits.
Compared to the other jurisdiction, the pressure that exists on multi-finance, I think we've done the proper allocation of resources to make it happen.
Fitzgibbon says gone are the days of Hydro-Quebec's surplus of energy, so Quebec has to be strategic in which projects it will invest.
On est confronté à l'impossibilité d'allouer de l'énergie à de très bons projets.
Fitzgibbon says Quebec is faced with not being able to allocate energy to very good projects. Reducing energy consumption is key, says the minister. Out that if all homes built before 1960 were properly insulated and had heat pumps, Quebec would save twice the amount of energy produced by the La Romaine hydroelectric complex.
We need incentives to get the proper behavior, because it's not only about people consuming less electricity, taking the shower at 2 o'clock in the morning, starting their dishwasher at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's about providing the tools, using the current technology, and making them available.
On Monday, Hydro's rates increased for
consumers,
and Fitzgibbon says that will continue. But he says residential rates are kept for the short and medium term.
Je vais déposer un projet de loi prochainement.
Fitzgibbon says he will soon table a bill at the National Assembly. Without going into specifics, he says he wants to give Hydro-Quebec the ability to improve its production. Back below CTV News.
April is Autism Awareness Month, and students from Giant Steps School took part in a parade to mark World Autism Awareness Day. Christine Long was there.
The Giant Steps annual Autism Acceptance Day Walk is a mobile musical party. The call is for autism awareness and inclusion.
People to know to include our kids, to include them, and to embrace them for their gifts.
Stella Zinsis's son 11 years old and on the autism spectrum.
He's exceptional. He's a star. He's a dancer. He's very, very smart.
And he's just a ball of fire, love, good energy.
Irene Madera's son Alex is turning 7 soon, and also a student at Giant Steps School for Differently Abled Learners.
Relief is knowing that your son is in a place that he's well taken care of. All the therapies are in one place, and truly it's a family.
And families are asking for that kind of acceptance and inclusivity everywhere.
That people on the spectrum are just people, and they have feelings and they have thoughts. Some can express themselves better, but really, if you have any kind of patience, the attachment that you can feel from anybody on the spectrum is something special.
To build awareness, Giant Steps has been doing outreach work at the Bell Center, the Montreal Symphony Orchestra, and the Montreal Police.
Prevention programs in order for them to have the abilities to remain safe in today's society, because some are independent, they take the public transport, and it's important that they are aware of their surroundings.
The surroundings today were pretty festive. How do you feel?
Happy.
Good. They say it takes minds of all kinds to celebrate differences and neurodiversity.
We'll make it even more inclusive, and that it just becomes a regular routine rather than something that we have to celebrate one day.
But every day is Autism Acceptance Day. Christine Long.
And a group of students from Giant Steps got a special reception at tonight's Canadiens game against the Florida Panthers.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
But first, Stephen Abadi, an inclusion advocate, sang both national anthems. Then it was game time. The Bell Center reduced the decibel level for all fans and provided kids with sun and noise-reducing headphones to make the entire experience more enjoyable for those with autism, some of who got to enjoy the game from a lodge.
It's actually really fun. It's the first time taking my son. So I was a little unsure about the sound and stuff like that. He's got a pair of headphones on. He's doing great. He's loving it. Very excited.
It's a lot of fun. So, an important part of the initiative is also to have kids, but also adults, have an opportunity to come and experience a hockey game for the first time. And oftentimes it's having that opportunity to see how they feel during the hockey game, and then come back, and Canadians fans as well by providing this opportunity.
And the Habs ended up winning the game 5-3, which only added to the fun, a win for everyone. And speaking of winning, some Montreal soccer fans got a chance to get pretty excited tonight. The CF Montreal 2024 season kicked off tonight at M Telus, with season ticket holders invited to get up close and personal with the team. The team plays in Seattle on Thursday, and then their first home game against Cincinnati at Saputo Stadium 13th.
Something magical happens. A life changer. This isn't just golf, it's the Masters. 11 at 10 a.m. on TSN. Presented by Mercedes-Benz Electric. Lead the charge.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality. Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed. Prevent injury. The fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
Are you worried or anxious about high interest rates and stock market volatility in retirement? Let a Rothenberg Wealth Management Advisor support you in making the right investment decisions. Call us and receive complimentary advice on your situation. 1-800-811-0527 or rothenberg.ca.
Are you a first-time home buyer, unsure of what you can afford? An experienced mortgage broker's friend and partner pre-qualify you.
Buying your first home is very exciting, and we're here to simplify the process.
We'll navigate
into letters, paperwork, and important decisions together.
Enjoy Fred and Martin's expert personalized service at no cost. Visit fredandmartin.com, where first-time buyers become happy homeowners. Mortgages, Modern Mortgage Intelligence are ready to help you today.
Vacuum not working? Missing pieces? Does it smell bad? Bring it to the pros at Vacuum Pro. They'll get it tuned up, sanitized, and working like new again. For everything vacuum, go to the pros at Vacuum or vacuumpro.ca.
Silver and Gold for Cash will pay the best rate, guaranteed for all unwanted or broken jewelry. They'll beat all competition, and you'll receive cash or a check for your gold and silver. Leonardo da Vinci, Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com.
Hi, it's Caroline at Bossy Ball.
What's a 7-letter word for effortless?
Simpler, easier.
No sweat.
Michael, are you doing a crossword puzzle? We've got meals to prepare.
You got it. Bossy Ball. That's effortless. Register online. If you are voting and you place your order, and we'll deliver right to your door.
Out of what's for dinner. When you want a delicious and healthy meal on the table without the fuss, dinner's always ready at Bossy Ball.
Leave medications to get through the day. Back pain, stenosis, and sciatica used to need surgery medications. Richard Q Medicine, the region's regenerative medicine expert, solves back pain with a unique solution. No surgery, no medications. Get back hope and get back to living. Richard Q Medicine. Medicine that moves you. For a free consultation, call 514-657-8919. RichardQMedicine.com. 514-657-8919. Listen, wait for Andy's house. If you are left one alcohol, programs, including 35-day residential plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY. 514-738-ANDY. Call. This is CTV News. Here's Lori Graham.
Well, the calendar may say April, but we still have some wicked winter weather to contend with. If you have taken your winter tires off, well, Environment Canada is encouraging drivers to perhaps consider postponing non-essential travel to Wednesday into Thursday. We're tracking a Colorado low moving into the region. Temperatures tomorrow still expected to be on the mild side. We're more back to high 9 degrees in Montreal, just a couple of degrees above average, but it's still night with the temperatures begin to drop and colder air wraps in that we will see that snow begin to push into the region. So here's a look at our future path. We're going to start today tomorrow dry. We may even see a few breaks of sunshine early on, and then the clouds will gradually build in through the afternoon. Late afternoon, we're expecting to see some light rain begin to develop in the Montreal area. That rain will be pushing in through the morning hours in the Ottawa Valley, and we could be looking at some pretty steady rainfall, upwards of 20 millimeters of rain today on Wednesday. Montreal is expecting that light rain late afternoon, and then that rain will gradually change over to snow as the weather begins to wrap in, and our temperatures begin to drop closer to the freezing. Now notice this system will really be hung in southwestern Quebec. If you look up toward Quebec City, we're expecting to see drier conditions there. Thursday.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, but sometimes they get bitchy for no reason, though. Yeah. So happy about this. My baby? What? Can you make me that about beverage?
Expecting special weather statements because there is that potential for anywhere from 10 to 20 centimeters. We're expecting about 15 centimeters in the Montreal area. Higher totals as you head into the eastern townships where we have snowfall warnings in place for 15 to 25 centimeters of snow. And we're also expecting to see some pretty wicked winds with that system as well. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. The overnight low 2 degrees, but breezy with northeasterly winds at 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. The winds will pick up as early as tomorrow morning. So even though it'll be dry through the morning hours, it is going to be windy with gusts of up to 60 kilometers per hour. Clouds will be building in through the day. We're looking at an early morning temperature of 3, the daytime high 9, showers late in the day, changing to snow through the evening hours, and those winds will persist. We're looking at rain tomorrow in Gatineau, then snow later in the evening, a high of 5 degrees. Rain moving in late in the day as the rain is going to get snow through the evening hours. East of Montreal, not a bad day coming up for Wednesday. We're looking at an increase in clouds during the day. Snowfall warning. Most of that snow will be falling through the day on Thursday. Quebec City looking at increasing clouds for Wednesday, and only a couple of centimeters expected to this week. So notice the temperatures on Thursday will be
temperatures around the freezing mark. That's why the snow will continue to pile up. Snow changes to light rain on Friday as the temperature gets up to 3 degrees. It'll be drier for the weekend, cloudy on Saturday. Sunshine returns for Sunday. Temperature is back up into the double digits. And yet we're expecting so far sunny skies for Monday. Solar eclipse, a high of 13 degrees. And finally tonight, something very old was pulled out of the ground downtown. This hulking piece of pipe was pulled out from under St. Catharines Street near Metcalfe. The water conduit had a diameter of about a meter and dates back to 1888. The name is Troy Emergency Repair for the modern update was part of a $70 million overhaul downtown. And yes, in case you're wondering, the new pipe will be inscribed with the date 2024. And that is our time. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
I've got tickets to a doggone good show. What would happen if your pet dog suddenly developed human consciousness? 50 dogs in the Seagull Center. Dr. Mitch at 750 has a discovery that might help us better treat long COVID. And why some really good baseball players don't always try their best.
Good.
Oh, yeah. The impending spring storm. And
Thank you.
Join us by tonight.
Thinking about returning to school? It's never too late. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Sector. Earn missing credits or prerequisites for CEGEP. Check out our huge selection of courses, all recognized by the Ministry of Education. There are day and evening programs. Tuition is free, and we have tutors and academic advisors who can help you succeed. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Sector. Visit our website today, emsb.qc.ca.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. DataBank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6013. 1-800-353-6013. Again, 1-800-353-6013.
It makes a difference when a business like Litrasit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litrasit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim Bevel, and more. Litrasit's Dispensing Opticians taking care of your family's vision like their own. Carrie and Isabella for over 20 years at Litrasit's. You'll see. Open all night and serving up the news. This is 24 Hours of 800 on CJAD. Andrew Carter.
That's why we'll be investing $1 billion to create a national school food program that will provide meals to 400,000 more kids every year beyond those served by existing programs.
Tommy almost said school fool. Interesting. So, the Prime Minister General will spoonerism. He'll be in Halifax today announcing some sort of housing initiative. That was yesterday, $1 billion over 5 years for national. I didn't know this, but I'm told that Canada is the only country in the G7 that doesn't already have a national school food program. And that's because most of the things that directly affect people, whether it's education or public social services, that's prevention. Correct. So Quebec has this great breakfast program, has had it for years, and the people in charge of that program were absolutely thrilled yesterday. So obviously the people around Trudeau have done their homework. They talked to them, said, we're going to be
pouring a bunch of money into this, but don't worry, we're not going to try to do your job. We're going to give you a bunch of money to do it better. And so they've got to really get good reception here in Quebec. This is the art that Trudeau is improving the gymnastics. This is the dance of the 7 day the budget, and he's been doing a heck of a good job, slowly but surely, getting back to some of the things that he says we should have been doing for a long time and that we haven't been doing well enough. And I don't think that there's anybody in Canada who's going to complain about the fact that we're going to get food into the bellies of kids who go to school hungry in the morning, and there are hundreds of thousands of those. So it's the rest of your life that's affected by it the same way. The program, all started bolus previous programs, but since they're in the sack with the IDP for a couple of years, why not? And keep improving their love for this type of program. It's also a way to make the Conservatives to get them to react. You don't like giving money to programs so that kids can have to go to school in the morning. And I think Trudeau's got a very winning hand here. He doesn't overplay it. It is the type of thing that the average Canadian says, I want to that sort of stuff. And I think it's driving the Conservatives nuts right now because there's really not much for them to grab on to. Is showing some heart and some skill. We're told that this could be a record deficit. And again, that's something that is going to be important. These are things that have to be done in our society, and it's pretty much and daring Poilievre to knock it off. Because basically, Poilievre has said two very different things. So I actually wrote an article about this for CTV. In Canada, we certainly picked up on it at OpenDev's TV Hour, wherever. He had an interview with my friend and colleague, that was just before Christmas, and she asked him straight up, which social programs are you going to cut? Straight up, unambiguous, totally transparent answer, uncharacteristic. From Poilievre, I will not cut the social programs. She has an interview 2 weeks ago, and says, so, we talked about social programs, and he knew thoughts on that. And it was pure figure skating. He was all over the ice, going around in circles. Well, generally, we'll try to do this, but overall, generally, it's potential and this in general. Okay, so that's completely changed this too. Of course, he's going to cut social programs if he becomes prime minister because there's no way to balance the budget and get rid of the deficit without changing any way that the government spends money.
Fucking retarded. What am I even supposed to do? I'm so bad. Really? Ah! Spidey, you suck ass. Cool. When you have your music, you can sing to yourself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Baby. Cow. I have no lighter. Why? Why? Oh.
Coming. Okay, relax. Don't cruise with you downstairs.
No. I don't know how those got down here.
Yeah.
They must have fallen down the stairs.
Yeah, did they fall from the shelf of the stairs?
Yes. Yes, they did. No idea who put those there.
Okay.
Stop calling me fat. My therapist says you can't say those things to me anymore. If I just pile of hate onto latex, is it just eventually gonna stay? Oh my god. It's a miracle. If I just like pile it on, it'll just stay there. Ah! No. I don't know why this works. I'm gonna ask questions. We're thankful that it worked. Okay. So at least we have a strategy now. That's so good. Ugh. Fuck off, computer. Interesting. Absolutely. Oh, nice cough. Nice cough. Have a cigarette, please. Once I'm done this, I'll take the dog out. Huh? Once I'm done this, I'll take the dog out with me.
Yeah.
Here. Thank you. No. I keep farting, it's out. Come on. Go. Ah. Fucking shit. Fuck. Fucked up my cigarette. You okay there? Oh my goodness. Not down. just don't even know. Oh, okay. I'm gonna fucking freak out. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Ah. Okay. Let's see about this. Oh. Okay. Come on. Oh, too much. Okay. Here. Okay. Here we go. This is enemies. Ah. Put that there. Take one of these. We're gonna do good screws in there. Okay. You're taking out one of these. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Oh, really? Yeah. Sure. I'm gonna kill her. Very gray. Gray. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Not quite. Still not great.
worse. Oh. I'm just gonna shoot myself in the face, that's all. This is so stupid. That's a noise. No. Too much. Oh. I must be someone to think that I'm worth all this attention. I'm an addict, but I'm paid to indulge in my habits. Oh. There we go. Very good. Okay. There's other people, you selfish asshole. I must be retarded. I must be demented. Think that I'm worth all this attention. I don't know. Okay. This is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. No. Okay. Definitely no. Okay. Why? Okay, we're gonna let everything sit for a while. About the fucking hands. Shit. Where did I put it? Right here. Okay.
Ow, fucker.
Oh, cool. I'll never understand harmony. Love everything and can be a person. You're a selfish asshole. What? You must be retarded. You must be demented. You think that I'm worthy of all this attention. Ah, fuck. You never try to never understand harmony. Not everything can be about him. There's other people. Selfish asshole. Must be retarded. Must be demented. They think that I'm worthy of all this attention. Oh! Open it. Okay. Okay. bulky. Whatever. Can you open the door?
Here.
As per usual. Thank you, baby. We are, once again, we have lost perspective.
You came back to me this time.
Yeah, because we have to go walk the dog.
Yes.
Want to go for a walk?
Yes. It was for a while. It was very
Go for a walk?
gracious.
Am I handsome?
Oh, jeez. Jeez.
I'm so very displeased.
I ate some. Look! The egg on the counter. No, the candy egg. Tiny little on the corner of the counter. Right.
Oh. What happened?
I don't know. Look at the weird shape. Not weird?
It is weird. Oof. Too much.
Oof, no. Yeah, I ate a little bit too much of those. Maybe like 10.
I think we had strip craft before.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's not really sugar crash. It's more sugar high.
Sugar high. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, Jack, we're going.
Hey, Jack, we're going. Jack? Come on, girl.
Dracomundo. Dracomundo.
You up.
The cat's up farting. It's so smelly.
Counterattack. Your own fucking foot. Your own foot. Fucking fun part. Shut up!
Oh my god, yes. Oh, now I got the song.
World.
Now I got the song in my head. Do it to myself. See, the world just spoke back. He's so scared. Really, Jack?
Dracomundo. What you doing? We're going outside, booby.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're going over without you. Fuck you.
Yeah,
You always get this.
going without you. Fuck you. It's hilarious.
No, he's like, I want to stay here. I'm really fine. I'm going to go for a walk around the block. Just take a breath.
Yeah. Well, fuck yourself.
I have lost perspective. I don't know what we're doing anymore. I'm disgruntled. I'm not discord. I don't even know. I'm displeased.
Nice.
One.
Yeah. Yeah. But
I don't remember who said it,
you said what?
but I heard someone somewhere say, like, you don't wear a, like, I love New York shirt if you live in New York.
Really?
Yeah, apparently.
Why not? You wear a shirt out of New York when you visit New York and you're a tourist.
But, like, if you wear a Queens shirt, you don't wear this in Queens.
Unless you're in the team from that school in Queens. Right?
It's like H&M. Or some shit.
Oh.
Is there a reason why we're not working?
Or some shit.
Yes, Jack. Dracomundo! Dracomundo.
What crazy?
A little bit. Was it cold out? I'm gonna check. Ah.
I'm gonna kill this thing.
What?
Pressures exerted by Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister's office, the clerk of the Privy Council, and
jeez.
It is freezing.
Oh, it's cold, eh?
It is fucking freezing. I'm putting my jacket on.
About to start snowing.
Oh, because it said it would. Fucking piss us off.
Fuck, I'll leave this shit.
Oh, that's my thing.
What thing?
My car.
It's fucking. The dog's cold.
Yeah.
Really?
Nah, he's a dog. He'll be fine. It's not winter. Just that weird little baby.
It was in my freezer bag. I got it packed back in.
Oh, I put the other one in the freezer and not this one? That's dumb. Quite dumb.
Okay, well, next person to open the freezer is gonna get attacked by a fucking freeze bag.
No? That's the name of the song.
Well, I'm gonna eat mine on the roof.
Oh.
The name of the song is Dunkaroos.
Don't fuck around, woman. I'm gonna tell the landlord.
I'm pretty sure you came on that Sunday because of that.
He does not seem like he likes jokes.
No.
Please don't make jokes with him. Doesn't seem like a joke fella.
Ooh. So you finally got a box?
No.
Oh, that's not a box.
And he got all the rest of the boxes. They've all been dry.
Lame.
Here we go.
My jacket.
Here's that.
It's for your butt.
For your butt. For your butt. Do you see that need better?
Forced pass?
Me. If you say so.
Want to bust your weird or something?
What? Well, no. Because all these are going to be dry. Oh my god, this finally. We have weed?
You have a bunch already bust
Yes.
over here.
That's good.
Yeah, baby. After event the week for the struggle you have. So how much fun? 76. Your phone.
My phone
is at 76.
What? Really?
Well, yeah, you put it into my care. What do you think?
Wait, you got my phone still there? Yay! Thank you. That was very helpful. Yeah, these pockets are stupid.
Oh my god.
Yep, stupidly small.
What?
Does not even fit in sideways.
What?
No. I know.
Is there a plug inside?
Yeah.
Your phone fit in it?
Yes.
You sure?
There's a boob pocket actually that's bigger.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh wow, that's a real pocket.
Nice and deep.
That's a shit.
Yes, it is.
What's it said?
Indeed. Look, fish.
A filker fish. Hello, hello, hello. There's a filker fish. I know.
I know.
Oh no. Oh no.
that you turn red when I first said join the dead.
I thought you were gonna say you stole my breath.
Yes, yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I should have said.
Whenever swastika in Santa Monica. What are you doing from your face? Place that you never should know. And you're changing the way that they go. If I was there with you for long, would you be staying in the sun? I'm holding on. How is it you do my trick, but you still get the hole in the middle?
Huh?
You do my foldy trick, but you still get the hole in the middle.
What do you mean?
Well, the point of the fan thing,
Yeah, I understand.
but you still get the hole.
For me?
Right there.
What the fuck is the the hole then?
I don't know.
Because I don't do it for mine. Are we ready?
Really?
Yeah.
You don't even fucking do drugs yet.
But it's rolling those joints. The grinders and those stickies have been busting the weed by hand. So every time I do this, it's worse. Blip, blip. Blip, blip, blip. Blip, 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 blip. There's still more coke in that can. Blip, blip. Blip, blip, blip. Blip, blip, blip.
And we took all those cars in the bags.
Yeah. Bring it back to.
I didn't see any bags in the scarf. Oh, I threw them upstairs. Whatever. Okay. Oh. Yeah, but. Oh, where the other one comes in. I'm not where the. This was my grandmother's one. It is teal colored.
Okay.
Back in our lovely house.
That's Gmail. That's my password.
Very.
Don't ask.
Yeah, you got the most fucked up password, like Moo something.
Yeah, but now Moo is apparently a thing. Login. Continue.
Yay! The stress between the login and then it doesn't work the first time.
Oh, something went wrong.
Oh, no, shit.
Thank you.
Sorry. Your blood smell
Thank you.
crazy good.
Oh.
Nice into my mouth.
Continue.
Hey, Jack, guess what? Fuck you.
Yay!
What? You got it? Oh, Jackie, guess what? Fuck you. Fuck you, Jack. Oh, Jack, come on.
That's for watercolor. What? Gouache?
Gouache, yes.
What the fuck is that?
That's gouache paint. You know the one? I don't know. You got oil, gouache, water.
I hate watercolor.
What you guys doing, man?
Jack, what do you want? Ice.
Jack, we don't want nothing for you.
Color theory and color making basics.
Oh my goodness. Poor Jack window.
What do you want from my life? Huh? No. Really?
Oh.
Hey, really good.
Jack, you still have a plate full of treats and food.
Your cheese?
You have so much treats. You give me more?
Cheese?
What do you want, Jack? Punch in the face? Give me a punch in the face. Beautiful punch in the face. Fuck, punch the fuck. Fuck, face.
Oh, I hate you.
So, as an artist, what your profession is paying attention. So, artists get the honor to ask questions like, what are the exact colors of this sunset that I'm looking at? Or how would I paint the effect of that road on a rainy day? Or what is making that person's eyes just seem to
You as
Fucking
an artist
stabbing.
It's so
are an
good.
investigator.
I'm
And
gonna
you're trying
stab
to
you.
solve the
Yeah.
mysteries of this amazing
You're
visual
the
world
worst
around
on
us.
this planet.
So, how does color mixing improve your artist's eye? Well, you're going to learn to compare colors. These two reds you're looking at are similar to each other, but one has more
Did you say that to all your teacher?
This blue is
Most,
more
yeah.
vivid.
I hate you.
This is how you create every visual effect in the world. So whether you're painting an apple or the aurora,
Did we just get to the purple? You know?
you'll notice that you will not need a brush for anything we're going to do in the upcoming lessons. All of your basic needs are this out. So if you've never used a palette knife before, I'll teach you the basics of how to use it. And by the
Oh my god!
you'll have a lot of experience using this. Then you're going to need paper towels or rags, just something that you
Sir?
we're also going to need white. And
The brain. I don't want to.
alright, so let's get color mixing.
No.
First thing we're going to do is lay out our paints onto the palette.
Sir. What? You have to fucking
The way
wait.
that I lay these out for demonstrations like this is to put them in a triangle shape. I like to put red at the top. And squeeze out buku paint. We're going to use lots of paint for this demonstration. So don't be scared to use this stuff. You have to use paint in order to get better at it. I know it's scary sometimes.
It takes her to get better at it. Oh my god.
So expensive. Maybe you're finally getting to the artist grade and away from the cheap stuff.
Yeah.
But it's critical that you learn to use your materials to the utmost. The only way that you can do that is you're going to be glad that you squeezed out a lot of paint at the start of this. Because what you don't want is to run out and have to try to mix and match. So really corner different as we go through it. A good primary color in the background. The remaking of primary color, and out of all of these, you can make everything. So, mixing these together, what we're going to end up with is color. Look at me, I'm being sparse with my paint already, being too cautious. Really load it down. And I hope that
Well,
you
Jack, I seriously can't do anything for you.
all of the lessons going to be missing real time. That way you can do this next week. Because the value of these exercises really comes by watching and doing yourself, not just watching.
What are you making?
So,
Right.
quick discussion on my technique.
Go, get out of here. Go, go, go.
This is something
It's a fucking thing.
I learned from my mentor. Is that when you're mixing colors with a palette knife, it's good to point the palette knife down, kind of push into the paint. Scoop it up, push into the paint.
Why?
Scoop it up. I think the common way of mixing with a palette knife is just to put the flat part down and kind of swirl it. If that works for you, that is totally fine. But if you're looking for a method to mix the palette knife, I would suggest starting with that. Point it down, use that springy part. Push it back down. Mix this yellow and red. And what I'm doing right now, I'm mixing these, is I'm creating what's called the secondary colors, color wheel. Secondary colors are orange, green, and purple. These are the ones that you get by mixing equal amounts of the primary colors together. Now,
I say equal amounts, I don't mean that I'm using exactly the same amount of red and exactly the same amount of yellow to get orange. If I did that, because of the nature of paint, red would probably just dominate and take over because paints have different strengths to them. But what I mean is equal yellowishness going into equal reddishness is going to make the color orange.
But red and blue make brown?
Over here at the purple,
brown.
You'll see that I created a color that's real dark. And it's almost so dark that I can't even really tell what hue is going on. So
Because you're orange, or your red has orange in it, that's why.
judge this color purple to see if it's the one we really like. What you can do is you can take a dab of this purple that we mixed together.
That's brown.
That's brown.
And then take a dab of the white. Mix those two, and then the color of that purple is going to actually pop out.
What?
And then I can take a look
You
at
don't even understand.
This purple kind of look like it's right in between.
I love that you're here to witness how stupid this is. See how that purple is add a little bit of white, and there we go, there's purple. I'm like, but it was brown.
I think I'm just throwing out the word hue, and I want to explain to you what I mean by that. When I say hue, I mean every color of the rainbow. The real strong, stark colors. Red, orange, yellow. Those are hues. And you'll understand why I use that specific term a little bit later when we get into what happens when a red starts becoming more desaturated, or if it starts looking a little bit more orange colored or something, then that definition hue is going to be more valuable. So now that we have our color wheel, we can talk about the next principle.
You farted, I'm over there.
Which is color temperature.
Farter.
Each of these colors is either a warm color or a cool color.
There you go. You found it.
Smells so bad.
Over here, you've got your warm colors, yellow, orange, red. And on the
I'm
other
good.
side, you have your cool ones, green, blue, and violet. At the very top of each of these wheels, from the dividing line, you have the warmest and coolest tones. So, for our purposes, orange is the warmest color on the color wheel.
Well, now they're warm. They're back fucking warm and cold now.
So, if we got a
Now colors are dead to me.
that means is that each of these colors is warmer or cooler.
Now you just hate purple?
Because scientifically doesn't make sense.
So, for example, since red is closer to blue than orange is, red is a cooler color.
What? Red is closer to blue than orange? What? The fuck? Wait.
Green is a warmer color than blue is. And that idea of comparing colors, warmness or coolness, is the principle of color and temperature.
Baby, you don't get it.
First
It's a circle. It doesn't start anywhere. It doesn't start anywhere. It's a circle.
each of these main colors on our color wheel.
You have to understand the integrity of it to understand the wheel.
We're going to find the color.
You can't just understand purple. You have to understand all of them. And all the colors.
Because this color here is further away from orange, that means that this is a cooler red. And that's the principle of color temperature. We have a red that's warm here, and then we have a red that's cool.
I bet they're both brown.
By doing this,
Are they both brown?
One's orange, one's brown.
One's red, one's purple, one's orange, one's brown.
every time that I'm done mixing a color, I'm going to wipe off my palette knife on my rag or my paper
reason I'm doing that is so that I don't contaminate these mixtures. If I were to just keep going with mixing this bluish purple color, then I might accidentally put some red and not get the color that I want. So again, you'll see that mixing this is called super duper dark. Even darker.
Super duper dark. DP, you said that?
See if that's the color that I want.
DDBD, whatever.
I can use that to gauge how I think
Trump, he said TP, DDP.
all the way up here. Feels like a lot of pain. But you're not going even further with these colors. So I want to find that you don't have enough paint to get more mixtures. And as I'm mixing these, thinking of color temperature. The color is right in between the two colors that I'm mixing. Because I'm mixing blue into this green, ending up with a green that is cooler than the main green that we mixed before.
Sir, you fucking break my ears. Oh my god.
Green, yellow. I find that green is a pretty strong color compared to yellow.
What if we throw black in all of
Sure
this?
that you've got enough yellow.
My question. Okay. Okay. We have an idea.
So I've got a green.
I need that thing.
Okay.
It's getting closer to orange. It's getting closer to the warm colors. I'm going to squeeze out a little bit more yellow right now.
Oh my god, I hate listening to you speak.
Now I'm gonna squeeze out a bit more yellow.
Like, why do you talk like you're fucking raping something?
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna grab these some colors and really mix them in here.
And it's gonna be warm
We're gonna have some warm. You just
with cooler color.
don't be afraid to mix them warm.
So blue's cooler than green, so green's losers.
Ah!
Every time I do a new paint, color changes. I find something that just has the coolest, bluest purples to it, and I get really excited about those colors.
Oh,
my
what is wrong with you? You're such a creep!
Oh wow, I'm gonna move on to my next painting. It's like my next victim. Can I stop this?
Can I stop this? I'm creeped out.
Alright, so what we have here is a more developed.
Oh my god, this is for 34 minutes.
It's an hour, yeah.
Let's show you some color. Get it? Baby, let's stay or get the boss.
Okay, I haven't done that in a while.
I'm not happy. We don't have to sell crack to be happy.
Okay. Sure. Not really sure where that came from, but all right.
I was thinking of Justin and his girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. No, that must suck. But also, imagine taking care of Justin. I don't know how gross that must be.
Hey, you're still live.
Yeah.
Hi, world.
Hi, World. Hi, Justin.
Hi, Justin.
No.
Who said what?
Huh? Yeah. Oh, no. Shove that in here. Okay. Who said what?
I said blip.
No, but you said who said what?
Oh, a bunch of shit. Other languages. And one said hello, sexy.
Me or you?
Huh?
Me or you?
Yeah.
I know. To me or you?
Oh, to me.
I don't want to go back. I can't let my paint dry. Oh, my paint got hard on the top.
I just said.
No.
No good. Nothing. Yeah. Here we go. Chair's gonna break.
Oh no, please don't break the chair. Are you so glad it was so crack? You're so stupid. Jokes.
I am too. We have a book upstairs.
Ew, I just heard your fucking esophagus like
Really?
digest slightly. Ooh.
Hot.
Thank you so much. Oh, good. Isn't that the one I was doing? Oh, okay. My bad. It's like far down here. Smell. I know, that is impressive. Oh. Why? Oh, fucking Justin. because I was just like, why did that make that on the paper? And I realized it's a tag. I was just like, what is that cool, fucking weird design? Why did that naturally happen? It didn't. Oh. Ah! Okay. Oh my. Okay. Oh yeah. Neat. Weird. Okay.
Okay. All right. Nope. Okay. Mm. Okay. Group, I guess. Group. Group. Okay. So let's take a little bit of this. Let's just say, for shits and giggles. Okay. Not that, obviously. That's a big blob of shit. Ah, fuck off. All right. Okay. Push in next. There we go. Okay. Fantastic. Great. Oh. Interesting. And gray. Oh, we forgot to bring some paper towel. Okay. We're contaminating our colors. Ah. Let's see. Don't be afraid to use a bunch of paint. This is what we've learned. That is black. Dark purple. We are getting somewhere. It's not really. Okay. Not helpful. Okay. Let's take you. Okay. Let's take the glove of shit. Okay. What do we do? So interesting. Okay. Perfect. Ow! Come on. Why do you suck so hard? Okay.
Are you still upstairs?
Yeah.
Can you throw me down a cigarette, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. What would I do without you? Pardon? Yeah, okay.
There's another one. The other ones are in the car.
Oh, what? Okay. Okay.
This thing I bought cigarettes there.
Well, so is that it?
Huh?
Is that the trick?
What?
Depending how desperate to go get them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Get this fucking. Okay. How do I room this? No! Okay. Actually, not.
Where's my stupid paper? God damn it. Am I having a stroke? What? Oh. Okay.
Developed color wheel. And by doing this, you are paying closer attention to the specific differences between these colors. You've got your red and you've got your purple, but now you're looking and seeing that there are actually many, many different colors right between these two. We don't have just one shade of red. There's thousands of different reds.
Oh, they're so pretty.
So now you're training your eye to see in greater and greater detail. The next topic that we're going to discuss is saturated versus desaturated. We've got the whole rainbow of colors here mixed together, but out in nature, not every color is as bright as a rainbow. In fact, 99% of the things you're going to paint are not going to be using any of these colors.
Oh, you suck.
It would just be too strong. So we have the question, how do we get these colors to look duller or desaturated? For example, the color brown. If you look here, the color brown isn't on the color wheel. This one's starting to look a little closer to brown, but there is no true brown on here. And the way that you get colors like browns or like grays, mimicking the color gold, literally almost any color out there, is by desaturating these colors. And to do that, we use the concept of complementary colors. So a complementary color is the color that's exactly opposite of a color on the wheel. So for the color red, its complementary color is green. And if I wanted to take red and start dulling it down, what I would do is take that color red
So yellow?
and then mix its complement into it. You'll see that this red doesn't quite have the same sort of sparkle vividness as the first red. You can see it even more as you start mixing more green into it. Now we've got a red that is desaturated. We've neutralized this red by mixing the complementary color into it. And so our next exercise, we're going to create a circle of desaturated colors. So next we'll go into this red, orange. And then we're going to mix the greenish blue into it to neutralize. When you're painting, most of the colors you use, you're going to want to be neutralized colors. And the reason for that is because all of us want our paintings to stand out to people. But when everything stands out, then nothing stands out. All of these colors have a contrast. You've heard of contrast probably in terms of like black and white. If something has a lot of really strong white, really strong black, then it's got a lot of contrast. But there's contrast to colors as well. So if I were painting, say, some oranges on a table like that,
Mm-hmm.
and for the table, for the shadow shape of the orange, for
most of the painting, I'm going to want to use colors that are neutralized. That way, when I get to the orange and the light, that's when I pull out my big guns and start using straight up orange, and it'll make it stand out and just sparkle in amazing ways.
Orange is the worst though.
I want to talk about the idea of pre-mixing your palette when you're starting a painting versus doing a painting and just mixing as you go along. Obviously, different painters do different things. But I think the value of pre-mixing is, number one, you get better at mixing, which means you get better at finding the actual colors that you want to use. But also, you're going to be mixing anyways. You get most of your mixing done at the beginning. And you'll have far less to do later. So I made a big whoops in this, and I forgot how strong that red was. Put this over here because it's a little bit truer to that. Every paint has its own power to it. Sometimes red can be very overpowering color. It's a little better at least. Now a green and a red, this time from the other side. And there's a spectrum here too. If I took this red and put a little bit of green, then more green, and more green, and a lot of green, what you'd see is it would start moving from dull red to even duller red, and then once it passes the center, it would start looking more green. It'd be a dull green that starts getting more and more vivid. That's the inside of the color wheel. Stuff on the outside is really strong. Stuff on the inside is less vibrant. So if you look here, you can see the spectrum of brownish colors.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
That's how we get our browns. Look at that. I remixed. I didn't make enough orange, so I'm going to have to make a little bit more. It's great to use as much paint at the beginning as you can, because you're going to use it. Now the difficulty is to as close as possible to the first one that next. It's pretty tricky to do. You just have to know that. We've got our, let's see, blue and purple.
No, it's fucking blue. Okay.
And then finally purple. Complement to purple is yeller.
Oh. Okay, I was right.
Alright, so now we have a lovely mix of neutralized tones. Our neutralize a cooler tone, you end up with grays.
Okay.
I can really tell that once I really neutralize the color, perhaps lighten it, start seeing how gray it looks. So for example, let's take a good bit of blue,
So am I supposed to put brown?
a bit of orange. I'll lighten that up. How gray that looks compared to these bolder colors on the outside of the circle. The next part of our color mixing lesson is about how to darken and lighten color. Learning how to darken and lighten, we get the final step that we need to access every single color out there. The first trick that really opened up this whole new world for us was to learn how to neutralize colors, because almost every color in the world is a neutral color. And so the final step then is with every one of these colors, they can go either darker or lighter. And with that, we can get every single color out there. So the artist terminology for a color's darkness or lightness is its value. The color black has the lowest value, and the color white has the highest. So for starters, let's look at actually how to mix the color black.
Huh?
Now, like I said
Oh,
in the
for fuck's
beginning
sake.
of our lesson,
I'm gonna fucking destroy you.
just the primary colors, we can mix absolutely any color out there. And that includes the color black. I'm going to squeeze out a little bit more yellow. I'm running through that yellow like a bad habit. Alright, so the color black is an equal mixture of all three primary colors: red, yellow, and blue. And remember, when I say equal mixture, I don't mean an equal amount. I mean an equal amount of redness, yellowness, and blueness. So we mix all of these guys together. We get something that starts looking like black. And I'll need to test this out. Again, we're going to use our old trick by putting a little bit to the side and then mixing some white. And if I mix a good black, this should look gray. Totally neutralized. And that's looking purple to me, maybe even a little reddish.
How?
So, how would I neutralize the red and purple tones of this? Well, I'm going to add more about whatever primary color is furthest away. And yellow is the complementary color of purple. So I'll get that purple out of the way. And let's put more yellow into this mixture, and we should get something that's closer to black when we do our next test. Alright, so let's test this out again. Add a little bit of white. Okay, that's still looking purple. Purple, reddish. So, I don't want to go. Let's get a good hunk more yellow in there. And I'm also going to put a little bit more blue in there. Do another test. Alright, and that's starting to look more gray to me. And you know, I still looks like orange tint to this black. So if I want to neutralize the orange, I would mix it with blue. So
Oh, yeah.
it's actually too much yellow. Throw some blue in here.
Okay.
A little more in.
Blue.
Hopefully from this I'll get a little black. There we go. That's more like gray.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pretty happy with that.
I'm not.
So we got black by mixing the three primary colors together. And we would consider black to be in the very center of the color wheel because it's a totally neutralized color. It's as neutral is neutral is neutral. Say that 3 times fast. All right, so we talked about how black has the lowest value and white has the highest value. But every single one of these colors has a value to it. And if you were to take a snapshot of this, put it on some fancy mode that puts it in black and white, you'd see that some of these colors are lighter than others, and others are darker. So every single color has a value. And when you change the value of a color, you're making a totally brand new color. Red is a great example of this. If we take some red, and then we add white to it, that raises its value, turns it into a lighter color, and from that, we get the color pink. So we've changed the value of a color, and that's gotten us an entirely new color that we can use to paint. So for the next exercise, let's take all of the hues around our color wheel, and we're going to add white to it and make what's called a tint. Tint is when you add white to a color and make it lighter. And we still want to practice careful seeing when we do this.
Careful what?
So what we want to do is we want to try and get each of these tints the exact same value.
I don't know what the fuck you're
Yellow tint is the
saying.
same as my red tint, the same as the blue tint, all the way around. We'll put these tints on the outside of our circle. Start off by using a pretty light touch when you're adding white, because depending on which color you're using, white can overpower things pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need too much to keep this the same value as the others. And as we're doing these tints, this is a good time to do a little posture check. We've been doing a lot of color mixing, and causing artists to start really paying attention to something, they start hunching. They slouch, and that can do a lot of damage over your body when you're devoting
What are you talking about?
hours to a painting or something. Your arms and back are precious, precious, precious.
What the fuck?
And if you're a professional,
You're the creepiest motherfucker on the planet.
you know, literally your life. So it pays every once in a while, even set a timer for this. Just make sure that you've got good posture. Sit up straight. Try not to crane your neck too much over what you're making. Your body will really thank you for that.
You're so creepy.
Doing art for 3 hours in one day, 6 hours in one day. Oh man, that can really add up. Now some of these colors, when you make it into a tint, you'll see that the tint is actually even more vivid than the original really the case with these dark colors. Put a little bit of white in, and they can really shine. Now the opposite can happen when you start adding too much white. You may have heard people complain about a painting looking chalky. And chalky is when there's so much white in there that the white has literally robbed all the color out of the painting.
Oh.
That's one of the things about mixing colors is whenever you mix anything, it's going to be more dull than the color you started with. That's just, unfortunately, one of the limitations of paint. Throw things together and the result was always more dull than the original thing. And so a chalky painting is when there's been so much white added that's stripped out all the color. I'll give you a little example of that. Let's say with, let's say with this blue, because you have such a lovely, powerful, vivid blue color here. But let's add a whole bunch of white. You'll see that we've lost a lot of the vibrance of the color because of all of this white that we've added. It's kind of tricky when you might see some really bright, vibrant color out there in the world, and you just can't match it with paint.
I hate you.
Paint, unfortunately, has limitations that you don't see with.
This is why I'm trying to watch your video, you asshole.
Something like that. The TV has these bright LEDs, and they can recreate pretty much any color that you see in the world. But paint, on the other hand, is subtractive color. So paint reflects light, and that's the only reason that we can see these colors is because these materials in the paint are reflecting certain spectrums of color back out at us. But that means that, unlike, the lightness of the sun, when you look at the sun, it's so bright that it hurts your eyes. But before white, we can't make a white light that's so bright that it hurts your eyes.
I hate you.
That was something that Haunted Van Gogh, he really wanted to mix sunlight, and he just couldn't get it because of the limitation.
What?
But there are different things that we can do to overcome these limitations and get closer to the goal that we want. So one of the things that we can do to get the color we're trying to get is use of paint. So we got a whole bunch of really beautiful colors here using just red, blue, and yellow. But with these mixtures, take a look at this purple, for example, with the tints that I made of the purple.
God.
I think you can imagine a purple that's a lot more vivid than that.
Yeah.
So what I can do is I can take a tube of actual purple. So I've got here dioxazine purple. This is really good for the secondary colors because, as I said a moment ago, whenever you mix two colors together, it's going to get more dull. So these secondary colors, orange, green, purple, these can be kind of prone to losing some of their vividness just because they're mixed colors. So I've got a little dab of this dioxazine purple here. I'm going to add white to it just to see the hue. See that purple's got a lot more pop vividness to it than these mixed purples, which are like, honestly, they almost look kind of gray.
I hate you so much right now.
Or purple. So that's one thing that you can use to kind of. But I said that there's a couple ways that you can handle the fact that you can't mix every single color out there in the world with just, primary colors.
Why?
And the other thing you can do is you can say, well, I can't get every single color out there, but I'm going to work within the restraints of a limited palette. Sometimes working with limitations is, number one, a good mode for inspiration. For example, you might look at the art of poetry.
Poetry
is literally limitations. You're saying, I'm only going to end lines in a rhyme, or every single line is going to have a certain cadence. So those things that make poetry unique, different, is what makes it shine. And the same thing can be the case with a limited palette. Using only certain colors together can create a certain uniformity between all of the colors. And then you consider, if I just wanted to do a painting with only bright colors, then that doesn't leave room for something to really stand out. So both of those options are great options. If there's just a color you want to get, you can't get it by mixing, by all means, there's no rules to this. Buy the color paint that you want. But for practicing, there is nothing like using a limited palette, because it forces you to understand where purple comes from and how to change purple into something that looks more red, that looks desaturated. And to show you what's possible with a limited palette, 95% of the paintings that I make are done with just yellow, red, and blue, and of course white. And the number one thing that people say when they look at my art is that it's really colorful. So the limitations aren't that great, and sometimes a little inspiration. Okay, so we've gone around and made tints of all of our different hues. So we've practiced going lighter. But we also have to ask the question, how do we make a color darker? Now, a lot of these mixtures, you'll notice, actually are very dark. So the answer a lot of times to getting a darker color is by mixing primaries together. See, the super dark purple was made by just mixing this red and this black. And oftentimes we're not going to need a color that's much darker than that. In fact, it's almost impossible to go darker than that.
What?
But say we're talking about, a tint right here of yellow-orange with a bunch of white mixed in. Say we want to make that color darker. I think most people would assume that to go dark, you add black to it. But that's actually not what we want to do. And the reason for that is, think about what black is. Black is red, blue, and yellow. So, if I want to make a darker version of this yellowish orange,
Interesting.
but I want to add red, blue, and yellow to it, what will happen then is that this color will not only get darker, but it'll lose almost all of its vibrancy, because red and blue mixed together is purple, which is, basically the complementary color to this. So we'll end up with a pretty yucky brown. So what our option is then, we want to mix in a color that's as close as possible to the color we have, and a color that is darker in value than the one we're looking at.
Okay.
So remember, colors has its own value. And value is what we're changing when we want to make something dark. So we're already looking at a darker color of this mixture. Right here is literally a darker version of this light yellow-orange. So if we wanted to go darker than this, what we could do is we could mix some yellow and some orange into it.
What?
And take a look here. Because this orange is a darker value by far.
What?
And then, oops, I was pulling from the tint.
No, I'm confused.
Some yellow. And, we're going to get more yellow than that. See, my orange mixture from earlier is nothing even close to what we had before. That's giving me trouble now. anyways, it's
Okay.
not perfect, but there we go. We have a darker version of this yellow orange. And what we did to do that is we took colors that were as close as possible to it and had lower values and we mixed those in.
No.
So I just want to say one thing about lightning colors
What?
before we leave this section of the lessons.
What?
And that's we talked about how lightning, we obviously added white to make all of these tints here. Sometimes adding white isn't always the best way to do things.
No shit.
The reason for that is because, as we've seen, mixing white in can really pull a lot of the color out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing about adding white is that it actually pulls your mixture blue a little bit, which another way to express it in our language is that white cools down the color, moves it more towards this side of things. So when you're mixing a lighter color, you just need something that has a lighter value. And there are actually cases where sometimes you may want to use a little bit of yellow in addition to white in order to preserve some of the warmth of the colors. So a good example of that would be with our greens. Let's take a pure green. See how with this tint that I've created of it, it does look a little bluish, at least to me. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but to me it looks a little bluish. So if I wanted a light green, we can take white, let's take a tint of this yellow as well. Mix those together. And then see how that green is a little bit warmer than that blue. You could say that this warmer green might be a little bit of a truer version of what this would actually look like if it were lighter. Add a little bit more white into that too.
Okay.
There we go. So that's just another thing to know. When you're lightening, you're putting in any color that has a higher value. And that's not just white. In some cases, yellow might be a good choice. That's the case with red too. Sometimes mixing in yellow instead of white can keep the red from going as chalky as you lighten it up. So looking here, we have a whole palette of colors to choose from just from the primary colors that we started with. We've got our hues right here going all around. And then we have desaturated rays. And then we have tints of our hues on the outside. And this is a fantastic starting point for making a painting. These can be great guideposts to already starting pretty close to the color that you're trying to match. Now we did all of this mixing as exercises, but I would suggest doing mixing like this before every painting that you do, especially these hues and the tints. Maybe these desaturated colors overkill, or maybe not. Maybe that would be helpful for you to see some dual colors to start off with. But mixing like this is a great way to start off a painting. One of the great things about using a lot of paint to mix is that you can do this mixing and then maybe do 3 paintings of the same subject. And then all that mixing time is taken care of just once, and you have 3 paintings that you can make. So now that we've gone through all of these color mixing principles, it's time to put them to action and do some color matching. So I have 3 subjects, and I'm going to try to match the color of those subjects using the principles of color matching.
I don't get what you're saying.
Color matching, there's 3 steps that I'm going to take, and I'll be cycling through them until I get the color that I want. So step 1, I'm going to try to match the hue of the subject. So that's the color of the rainbow that it's closest to. Next, I'm going to try to match the saturation, which is the vividness or dullness of the item. And then finally, I'm going to try to match the value, the lightness or darkness. So, first subject,
That's working.
is going to be this creamy peanut
Okay.
and I want to match the peanut butter color. So that's what I'm going for. So step one of this is to look at this and try to decide what color of the rainbow is that closest to. It's obviously a brown, and I'm going to say it's kind of a yellowish, orangish brown. So to start off, we'll get a yellowish, orangish hue. Put that in here. At this point, it doesn't look anything like that at all. But let's start neutralizing this, and we'll see if we can't get closer to the actual color. So we want to look for the complement to yellowish orange. The complement is bluish purple. So our bluish purple is right here. A little bit in there.
Okay.
Try to neutralize this color. And yeah, that's already getting us a lot. You can test it by holding up your palette knife to the subject that you're painting. And ideally, you want those to be in kind of the same light as each other. So here, with our test, let's see. Looks like I've got the rainbow color about right. And looks like I've got the lightness or darkness just about right, too. Right now, my mixture might be too vivid in color. So that means that I'm going to want to neutralize some more. Take some more blue purple. Now note that whenever I'm adding blue purple in, I'm changing the value a little bit too. So I need to compensate for that later too. Hold this up, and look, it's already too dark now. So let's add some white. Let's do our color check. So it looks like our mixture is a little bit too green. And if we want it to look less green, then we want to mix in the warm spectrum of colors into that. So let's take a little bit more orange.
Okay.
Put that into the mixture.
Ah!
Compare. And we're getting pretty close.
Ah.
I think it's still a little bit too. So let's take our tint of the orange. That way, I don't want to change the value as much because we're mixing orange and white together. Do a comparison. Ooh, that looks pretty dang close to me. So we'll follow 3 steps to get this color. The hue, the saturation, and the value. Moving on to our next subject. I don't mean to brag, but I have no... I thought we might use one of my dumbbells.
Gross.
The next model. Don't let it scare you. I am strong, but I am also very sensitive.
Ew.
Okay, so we want to mix dumbbell purple. And step 1 is matching the hue. This is pretty purple with maybe a little... Start off purple. Maybe put a little bit of reddish purple in there. Mix that together. Saturation, it's kind of hard for me to tell. I know that as stuff's going to get real desaturated. So I don't think I'm going to mix any of the complement into this color yet. I'm going to move on to stage 3. This is the value. We're going to lighten this. You see, just mixing light has desaturated the color quite a lot. Do a little color check, and whew, that's pretty dang close. I think we might need to push a little bit more red than that. So put a little bit more reddish purple in. We're there. Another check. Yeah, that looks closer. Alright, so we've mixed dumbbell purple. So our final subject is going to be this lovely bluish greenish pumpkin. And
Bluish
looking
greenish
at this
pumpkin?
photo here, I can
That's not
already
fucking
see
color.
some
I
bluish
don't believe that's fucking color.
pretty dang close to that. And that's one of the benefits of pre-mixing before you go, is it takes a lot of the work out of finding the color. Now you could certainly just take red, blue, and yellow and get to the right color. But pre-mixing in advance a little bit can make your job a little bit easier. So looking here, I can already tell that a bluish greenish hue is what we're going to need. And I already have one that's desaturated. I even have one that's lightened, but I have to mix something for this. That way you can give myself a little bit of work on this one. So I've lightened, and remember, every time I lighten with white, I am going to lose some of the color. So if I try to match this lightness perfectly, it's going to look gray by the time I get there.
Okay.
I'll add a little bit more. But that goes into one of the things you can do to keep from getting too chalky. Is I can intentionally paint this pumpkin darker than it actually is. If I shift all the values on my subject to a lower value, then I can keep some of the color that I'm really going to need, so people can look at that and say, wow, what a vivid blue-green pumpkin. Look at that. That is pretty dang close to some of the darkness in this pumpkin. And this would probably be the color I would want to use for the lights of this pumpkin. That way it looked colorful by the time we're done painting. So for these darks, I would shift them down a little colors. So there you have it. That's the process of doing color matching with your mixed palette. Step 1, match the rainbow, the hues. Step 2, match the saturation. Step 3, match the value. Put those together, cycle through them as often as you need until you get the color that you want. Thank you so much for learning alongside me today.
I hate you.
The more you practice
The worst than being on
these
plants.
colors, the sharper your eye is going to get at detecting these small differences. I encourage you to pre-mix your colors before you start painting. A color wheel like this is an incredible one for painting. I would love to see your mixed palette. Please take a picture of it and tag me on Instagram at kyle.keith.
No, thank you, sir.
Everyone in our little group is learning together to see why. Thanks again. Bye-bye for now, and happy painting.
I'm getting creeps hardcore. Okay. Ah.
Okay. No, we're still gonna do black. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, it's going green.
Huh? Wait.
Listen.
Victoria. Oh god. Okay. Huh? Okay. Oh, fuck one of these. Oh.
But
I'm very displeased. Okay.
Did you know it's actually possible to become addicted to a life you don't even like? And
Sure.
why? Is that
I would love to sit here and tell you that it's all moonbeams and rainbows,
Hey.
and your identity just pops back in. Just boom, just put some water on it, and it grows, and you're confident, and you have an accurate self-appraisal, and all of that good stuff. But that's not how it unfolds. How do narcissists steal your dreams and limit your potential. And if this has happened to you, I'm always going to ask you, please drop it in the comments. I want to hear your stories. This may be one of the videos, as I thought about it, I really got angry as I was preparing for it. Because this, to me, is the most terrible legacy of narcissistic abuse. The loss of the potential of the person who experienced the narcissistic abuse. And you know what's interesting? It actually doesn't matter whether your narcissistic abuse happened in childhood or whether it happened because of a partner or it happened with a horrible, abusive boss. It can happen at any of those stages. You can end up in this place. So I'll open with the happy ending. So this video isn't too depressing, and then we'll go into the depressing stuff. The best part of surviving narcissistic abuse is that survivors, more often than not, do go on to do amazing things. Once you can get the narcissist out of your life, out of your mind, all of that new time and mental space and mental real estate that you can now open up means that you've now got the bandwidth to do amazing things. And many people do once they are set free. So let's work backwards, because the hard part for people is the years that they wasted in their narcissistic relationship. If it's your parents who are the narcissist, not only did it shape who you are, but you then had to go through the shame, grief, and guilt. The guilt-inducing work of letting them go, and the endless work of getting their invalidating voices out of your head. If it's your partner, you may have come into that relationship with all kinds of big dreams and aspirations you had been building up until you met them. Shattered. And their future faking and manipulation may have left you slowly clipping your wings a little at a time. Maybe you ended up not finishing school. You were insulted enough times that you no longer had the courage to open your new business. You ended up filled with so much self-doubt that you wouldn't fight for that promotion at work. Or your narcissistic relationship found you moving off to another place too soon because they promised you the world.
As it turns out.
Never happened, though.
Yeah,
and
well,
year over year, hearing their invalidating voice left you only enough bandwidth to ruminate about the confusing mess that is your relationship. If you had a narcissistic mentor or boss or business partner, they may have stolen your ideas or your intellectual property, or literally the money in the business.
Yes.
They may have made it so toxic that you left what could have been a promising career or money sunk into a business. You may have been gaslighted so many times that you began to doubt if you were sane, let alone competent. It's the rumination part that is so awful. The amount of time you spend thinking about the terrible things they say, your shock at how unempathic they are, your confusion in the wake of so much gaslighting and manipulation. You ruminate and you wonder and you get caught in the whole cognitive dissonance mind F word, and you get more and more stuck and lose more and more of your mental bandwidth to rumination, and you talk yourself out of your own aspirations. The toxic recipe of gaslighting plus invalidation plus shame plus rumination equals a person who doesn't feel they have the right to pursue their dreams, and the fear that if they did pursue, that their fears that they would shame, the narcissist would shame, or God forbid, you succeeded, that the narcissist would then leave the relationship. I have worked with so many people who have heard the invalidation mantras delivered by their malcontented narcissistic parents, and who left this person wondering, a child, now adult, wondering if they are good enough. And as a result of this, they didn't take the chance. They didn't make the leap, whether with their education or a business or a career, but just a great idea. If you ever thrumming idea in your head of you are not good enough. You're an idiot, or who do you think you are? Those words play through your head. Hence, again, silence those aspirations. The number of people in narcissistic marriages who were laughed at when they voiced an aspiration and are silenced at every turn or mocked in front of other people for getting too big for your britches. And even if you had achieved something already before you came into the relationship, they would still diminish your accomplishments. They might laugh at any awards and honors you received. They might minimize a promotion because the raise wasn't that big. And one day you lose your fight and you stop trying.
If you had a choice, would you rather pay $12 for this cheese grater on Amazon or pay less than $2 on Alibaba for the exact same thing? Well, believe it or not, over 16,000 people paid $12 for this product on Amazon last month. And it's making this person selling this product on Amazon over $200,000 in sales per month. Shocking, right? But here's what you don't know. It's not just the cheese grater that's overpriced. Almost every single product sold on Amazon is sold at 5 to 10 times the price you can get it from a supplier. And their boring everyday products like this ice cream mold on Amazon is selling at 8 times the cost of buying from a supplier. And one seller is making more than $67,000 in revenue per month from it. And this water bottle on Amazon is selling at 13 times the cost of buying from a supplier. And one seller is making more than $240,000 in revenue per month from it. But why do thousands of people really pay more on Amazon for the exact same product? Well, they simply don't know about it. Most of us are taught to be consumers and to buy based on convenience. But if you know where to look, it's not that hard to find these big price gaps like you just saw and become a seller on Amazon. It costs you only $49 per month to set up a seller account. In fact, more than 50% of the products sold on Amazon are by everyday people like you and me. This is exactly what I do. I find products with big price gaps, then I simply buy low and sell high. And on Amazon, it helps me to do it on autopilot all day. It doesn't matter if I'm eating or sleeping. And as long as someone is free and buying, I'm making money. And that's how I became a self-made millionaire by the age of 27. So if this is something you want to learn to do, here's a little bit more about me. Hi, my name is Tom Wayne.
I hate you, Tom Wayne.
Founder of Siddhartha Skincare, which I recently sold for multiple 7 figures. Pay more expensive prices on Amazon for the exact same product on Alibaba. Until one day I realized that I could make money by flipping products from Alibaba on Amazon. All the while without touching any products. But my first 3 attempts at selling online bombed. And it was only after I worked with a mentor that my results on Amazon started to scale and become more consistent. I really wish I had the system when I first started, so I could have cut short the learning process and avoid any costly mistakes. With the proper system for success, you can actually learn how to do it pretty quickly. If you want to get the exact system I use, I created a special free training video for you. So you can learn more about the step-by-step process to start your very own Amazon business. All you have to do is click around this video to watch a short training video. It's only about 15 minutes long, but I'll show you how this business model works in detail. You'll learn about the do's and the don'ts. Learning to flip products like this is one of the best decisions I made. And I hope it's something that you can decide to look into as well. To get an overview of the business, just click the link below and I'll see you on the other side.
RBC is offering $100 because as a student, things can pile up. You got this. Get $100 when you open a no monthly fee RBC Advantage banking account because you could use a study break.
The other thing to remember about all narcissists is that they set out to sabotage your dreams. They are so insecure themselves that they could not tolerate your success. So they sabotage it. It can be in your face stuff, like literally calling your employer and saying bad things about you.
What?
And more often than not, it's more subtle stuff, like withholding information you might need. But all of their machinations are often designed to subvert your aspirations because their fragile little egos couldn't tolerate your success and the threat to their ego that your success would bring. And that literally robs you of your aspirations. This loss of potential is the reason I do this work. When I stop to think about all of the beautiful and incredible things the world may not see, because a fragile narcissist who couldn't bear the success of their family member or friend or partner, it makes me sick. One of the most beautiful moments in therapy with any client I work with who has experienced narcissistic abuse is that moment when we actually start talking about their dreams. And I get to not only hear them, which is magnificent, but I get the opportunity to tell them how amazing and that they deserve the opportunity to soar, and that I actually put my money on them to win this race. I then hand them the proverbial scissors to cut off the sandbags that the narcissist put on their balloon so that it can finally rise. This may be the first video that I've actually ever outlined that made me cry while I was saying my thoughts down. I'm so angry when it comes to this particular issue. If people were unfettered and could be their best selves, extraordinary things wouldn't happen just for the person, but for the world at large. It's obvious I'm not a fan of narcissism, but it's this one piece that enrages me. It's painful to watch people who don't get set free from these relationships until later in life. Because for these people, there's often paralyzing regret. Perhaps their narcissists finally die, or they do finally get the courage to set down the boundary or get a divorce or whatever, but it may be later in life. I still believe there is an opportunity. Who knows? You may not climb that mountain you'd wanted to climb, but perhaps you can take a hike to its base. Maybe you won't fully open that business, but perhaps you'll take a class you were never permitted to take. Or maybe you'll get a job or volunteer. The aspiration can take hold in another way. It is never too late. We must stop the loss of potential that happens at the hands of narcissists. Remember what I have said over and over. They need us more than we need them. Your success is terrifying for them. Never clip your wings for another human being. Love means letting someone soar, and limiting another human anyway is abuse. Promise me that you will start reaching for that aspiration initially, even if it's only in your mind. Do one thing a day towards it and say that aspiration out loud to someone you trust. But promise me you won't stop. Amazing things happen when you finally get out from under the thumb of your narcissists. I am convinced that surviving narcissistic abuse is nothing short of a superpower. Honestly, if you could survive that, you can do anything. The world needs you to succeed and achieve your aspirations and really set fire and turn those goals on. Just please do it. Listen, I would love to hear what you had to give up to survive in this narcissistic relationship, but even more importantly, after giving it up, I want to hear how you were able to turn it around, and I want to hear your stories, not only of surviving, but of thriving and of growth. Again, surviving narcissistic abuse is a superpower. You learn something about people that most people don't know, where everyone is rocking around saying, give everyone a chance. Give them a chance. You just end up becoming the smartest person in the room. You're like, yeah, no, I'm not giving them a chance. You become smart. You become savvy. Yeah, a lot of people are going to say, You're just going along with it because you're never just going to go along with it again. Give yourself permission to cut the sandbags off. Let yourself soar high. Once you get that distance from the narcissist, I promise you, it's going to be like you lost 300 pounds overnight. You will feel as light as air. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But even if you can't get out of this relationship, please make a commitment to yourself that at some level, day by day, brick by brick, you're going to allow your potential to shine. That robbing of human potential is by far the most horrific legacy of narcissistic abuse, not just in individual relationships, but in how we've constructed a world full of enablers and full of narcissists. We must stop together. Stop them from collectively hobbling so much potential out there. Again, share those survivor stories. Everybody needs to see this. If you've got a good survivor story, a life you started after getting away from your narcissist, I need that in these comments, because hearing someone else's story is what often sets other people free. A lot of what makes healing so difficult in these narcissistic relationships, any kind of painful relationships, but narcissistic relationships kind of uniquely get stuck in our head, is the memories and the echoes of those relationships. And it doesn't matter what kind of relationship it is. It could be romantic, it could be family, even workplace, but it's those echoes that come back at us. And what that means, and what many survivors have even shared with me, is they say, I feel like I've lost parts of my life. I don't get to go to restaurants I once wanted to. There's entire national parks I won't go to, or and movies I won't watch, and food I won't eat. Those kinds of visceral experiences, taste, smell, and sight, sound, actually hold so much meaning. Think of how evocative music is. So this is this one is about music. And years ago, when I had been in one of many narcissistic relationships I myself have been in, this person had given me some music. Listen to this music, listen to this music. It was music I wasn't familiar with. And there were some songs on it. And because I was sort of so into the music over and over again. And again, it was some music I wasn't familiar with. After that relationship ended and I was very shattered, I couldn't listen to any of that music again. It's been a very long time. So the memory of a lot of that music faded. I cleaned it out of my, my at the time was actually in music. I think you listen like a CD or tape or whatever it was. And then I had my iPhone and I had Apple Music, and I just set it to shuffle just a selection of music, not stuff that was on my device, but just shuffle away. It was on a bit of a long drive. And it was night, it was raining, and it was a place that I'm not fully familiar with. It wasn't where I lived. The music played, and one of the songs from that old tape came on. And because it was night and raining, it was already an evocative time. And I was like, my sympathetic nervous system was like, hello, sweetheart, here I am. Like, what is happening? But that relationship was in my past. I wasn't feeling the sense of sadness, missing, nothing like that. I was like, wow. And I listened to the song because it's a beautiful song. And I listened to it, and I was really fascinated to sort of listen to my body, pay attention to my body. But for the first time in years, and I finally then listened to the words again. The words had one set of meaning at that time. And I listened to it now, and had an entirely different kind of a meaning. It's an absolutely beautiful lyrics in this song. And I thought, how interesting and how sad that for so many years, this song was out of my life. Because I thought, this is a beautiful song. It actually relates a lot to the kind of work I do now, really focusing on narcissistic abuse. And I thought, gosh, how many things we lose. It was powerful for me because then I had to stop and get some gas. And on that stop, I actually took that song, I found it on Apple, and I downloaded it to my phone. Because in essence, what it was doing was saying, I could reintegrate this thing that I had to keep away to feel safe, right? That song too evocative, but I was ready to receive it back. It wasn't just the beauty of the song at that moment. I was really moved by how my psyche, anyone's psyche, shifts a little bit to let some things back in. We can go back to those places, hear the songs, watch the films, eat the foods, let the memories back in, be with the beauty that may very well have occurred at the same time we're in that relationship. Had to put down for a while to heal. But even like a broken bone heals, and one day we can start running on it again or lifting on it again. The psyche is no different. One day it's strong enough to let this old stuff back. Such a pretty song. And then since then, I've put it like on this little favorites list, and I love to listen to music when I'm in the car. It's my favorite place to do it. And it comes up. And when it does, definitely there's a bit of melancholy because it meant something at one time, and that thing I obviously got narcissistically abused away. And now it gets to mean something else. And that's what healing is. Healing is about flexibility. It's about putting things down and taking them back in and letting them become something else. So as any of you think about healing from narcissistic abuse, it can also be helpful to think, like, if something's passed, if it's been a long time, you might feel ready. You might say, what were some of the songs that I associated with that time? Or any other things, a film, a place, whatever. Do you feel ready to face it? Mine struck me by total surprise. Like I said, it was a random shuffle because I wouldn't expect that song was completely out of my memory. So that just was almost given to me by the universe. It ended up becoming a really big sort of lesson about healing. And those things may come up as a surprise, but they also may be something you can go back and see if you're ready to bring those things in. I'd hate to think that in these narcissistic relationships, which as challenging as they were, there were some good things in them. And that we can sift through the wreckage of these sort of burned out hulks of these past relationships. But as we sift through that wreckage, we may find some things of beauty that we want to keep. And that are things that we can take forward in our journey as we heal and show ourselves that life does goes on.
How do I start a savings habit?
How'd you start shaving a rabbit? If you need help kickstarting your savings, BMO can help. We'll give you a cash bonus when you open a new checking account.
This year's top prize goes to BMO.
You know I'm not a robot, right?
These relationships, sure. And in fact, these beautiful things can mean something very different now. So when we think about what it feels to be free, a narcissistic relationship is actually quite the opposite. Many people in these relationships feel absolutely imprisoned by the manipulation, imprisoned by the gaslighting, imprisoned by the invalidation, and imprisoned more than anything else by the confusion. And the fact is, some people feel literally imprisoned in these relationships. These are marriages or long-term relationships they feel like they can't get out of. These are relationships with parents they feel that they cannot sever. These may be relationships in the workplace at a really difficult time in the economy when people feel lucky to have jobs, let alone feel like they're empowered to leave them. So when we talk about this idea of independence and freedom, and in fact, when I looked down at my calendar this week, I said, oh, interesting, 4th of July is this weekend, Independence Day. And the minute I wrote down independence, I said, this really warrants a video. Because can you really be free? Can you really be independent if you're stuck or forget stuck, in a relationship with a toxic person, with a narcissist? And I'm here to tell you, yes, you can. And let me tell you why I think that to be true. There are multiple freedoms we have in this world, right? We have the freedom to maybe go out and do what it is we want. If you're able to get in your car, go out and drive, walk out your front door, spend money as you want, have those choices, at least in much, not all of the world. It's a very complicated conversation in the United States and around the world now. Am I free to wear a mask or not wear a mask? That's a story for a different day. That's bigger than this video. But those are sort of literal freedoms that many of us in different parts of the world may have. Again, not all of us do. But there's one freedom, and in fact, when you really want to think about who wrote it best, it's Viktor Frankl. In Man's Search for Meaning and his other existential writings, he talks about the one freedom that every human being has. Even if you're living in a totalitarian government, even if you're living in a place where many freedoms are not accorded to the citizens, and even if you're in a narcissistic relationship or have had a history of narcissistic relationships in your family or in your personal life, where you feel like many of your freedoms have been taken away. Frankl would argue the one freedom all of us have is the freedom to choose to think as we wish. And that's something that this YouTube channel has always been about. I am the first one, as you know, to recognize not everybody has the luxury of walking away from their narcissistic relationships. I wish they did, but they don't. And it would be impractical for me to argue otherwise. Money, culture, religion, fear, danger, guilt, all these things keep people stuck in these relationships. We know that. And I'm not going to sit here, listen, in an ideal world, you go no contact. In an ideal world, you get out. Most of us don't live in that world. The freedom you have, if you're stuck in one of these situations, is how you think about it. The expectations you bring, the radical acceptance you bring, the knowing that this is not going to change, to stop putting yourself up on the chopping block, to no longer take your dreams to this person, to really, really disengage and keep it to superficial topics so you can keep the important stuff about you, your authenticity, your inner psychology, your vulnerabilities, and your aspirations, and keep them behind that wall. Keep them behind that gate that only those who deserve to have entry, who are safe enough to hear that stuff gets. And that's sure as heck not the narcissist in your life. You have the freedom to choose those things. So when we think about when we're in a toxic relationship, and we really do feel when we're in a toxic relationship, so many of our freedoms have been taken away from us. We feel anything but independent. And here we are rolling in, at least in the United States, on this holiday that's supposed to commemorate our independence. I want those of you who are in narcissistic relationships to really stop and think about how, you know what? I can think about this differently. All those things I have been talking about on this channel, all those things I want you to do, from the realistic expectations to the not engaging, to the not defending, to the not explaining, every one of those things is a choice. And it's a choice you can execute every day, every hour in a narcissistic relationship. Some days are always going to be harder than others. That's the nature of these relationships. But if you can always remind yourself that you still always have that freedom to think about this the way you want, and don't judge yourself for those thoughts. Some people say, I feel like such a bad person for thinking in such a dismissive way about this person. They lost that respect the first time they gaslighted you. They lost that respect when they consistently invalidated you. Respect is something to be earned or lost. They don't have it. No guilt is needed, but that's your personal journey to walk through. So, before you fire up the barbecue, before you light up those sparklers and have those socially distanced Independence Day celebrations, I want you to take a moment with yourself and say, you know, I may be stuck in a toxic relationship, but yeah, this is going to be the year going forward, from this Independence Day forward, that I'm going to give myself permission to exert myself, the freedom to accept. Give myself the permission to exert my freedom, to think as I wish in this relationship, and to be able to set the boundaries I need so that perhaps you can keep walking into a more truly independent future. This is a relatively standard pattern in most cases of narcissistic abuse, but it can come about through some very different pathways. The first is what can often be seen in a controlling, malignant, even coercive relationship. The narcissistic partner deliberately and systematically isolates you. This can start gradually. Early on, love bombing. I feel such an intense connection with you. I want to spend every waking minute with you. Or they text you, what are you doing? Who are you with? What are you about? FaceTime me from there. I want to see where you are. Or they might tell you, stop working. I can support us both. Or what are you wasting all this time on school for? Just spend more time with me. I got this. That friend of yours, she doesn't have your back. She says some really shady stuff. I don't like her. I don't trust her. I don't think she's a good friend for you. Your mother doesn't like me. You know what? I'm not going over to her house anymore. She disrespects me. I don't even like you spending that much time with her. What are you, a mama's girl? Why do we have to have people over again? Why can't it just be you and me? And then you slowly lift your head and you find that you've become pretty darn isolated. And in some cases, your comings and goings are being carefully monitored and restricted. The other path, it's different. It's a path that's really littered with shame. You may start to sense this relationship isn't always quite right. Maybe even some friends and family see it and you try to cover it up. Maybe your friends and family even start saying something. I don't really love how he treats you. But you aren't ready to let the relationship go for many reasons. Perhaps it's trauma bonding, perhaps because you're afraid of being alone, perhaps because you don't want to start dating again, perhaps it's the hope that it's someday going to get better, perhaps it's the guilt about leaving, or perhaps even guilt about even thinking anything bad about your partner. Maybe it's all of the above. But you do sometimes wish you had someone to talk to about this relationship because it's confusing. However, because you don't want to spill the beans and tell the truth about your partner and tell your friends or family how bad your partner's been, you don't say anything. And as a result, you may fall out of touch with all of these people because it's hard to see people you're close to and either not tell them the truth, or you might be afraid that you're going to let something slip. The shame of what this relationship has become can isolate you further and further. There is the fear of the pressure that people might put on you to leave, but there's also the concern that if you tell them bad things about your partner and the relationship does keep going or gets back together if you've broken up, that it will impact their view of him or her, your partner, or of you. And since you've been propping up this vision of your narcissist with your false narrative about them and the relationship, it can be scary to think that you would pull back the curtain and tell the truth and then have to face the shame of staying in the relationship with them, knowing all about how bad your narcissistic partner's behavior has been, that they now know it too. It can feel uncomfortable that they kind of know your truth. Then there's the third path of isolation, which is exhaustion. These relationships are really tiring. You keep trying. You keep the house clean. You try to get things perfect at work. You try to make enough money. You try to ensure the kids are clean and out of the way. A narcissistic partner, in essence, it's like having a really badly behaved child that you're not allowed to discipline. So just by dint of sheer exhaustion, you may get isolated because you haven't got time for anything or anyone else. People from narcissistic families really understand isolation. Sometimes your family itself is isolated, but it may also be that you didn't want to bring friends around when you were a child because of how your narcissistic parents or siblings or other family members behaved. Again, that's the shame. You may have felt you couldn't talk about your family or were just simply ashamed when you saw how loving families functioned and realized that wasn't how your family worked. Your family may have also isolated you as well with strict rules and control, or you got stuck having to manage your narcissistic parents' demands, leaving you little time to go and make friends. The sense of isolation when you are from a narcissistic family is a theme that can often dog you for your entire life. Isolation is a typical element of narcissistic abuse. I've rarely seen a relationship where it's not an issue, and it's quite bad for your mental health. At this point in history, we're living in the era of isolation, and it's taking a toll on all of us. But the isolation experiences that are a part of narcissistic abuse are a unique issue because It may be self-enforced, it may be narcissist-enforced, your isolation. But even when you are amongst people, you may still feel isolated. The experience of a narcissistic relationship is something that not everyone understands. And more often than not, other people do gaslight you. People telling you things like, oh, I can't be that mad, or if it's that bad, why don't you just leave? Or maybe you guys just need a weekend away. Or if it's your family, people may say nonsense like, your mom or dad, they didn't really mean that. They don't mean to hurt you. Or they did the best they could. Or you shouldn't speak so badly about your family. It reflects badly on you. And all of this tribe gaslighting coalesces, and hopefully resources like this YouTube channel and other YouTube channels, books, support groups, and the other resources out there help you feel less alone. Millions out there are suffering with narcissistic abuse. I promise you, you do have a community. So what do you do about this isolation? Yeah. I'm going to say it. Number one, therapy. It's one of the first steps to addressing social isolation. If therapy is not accessible to you, please consider online support groups or group therapy, which may serve as no-cost or low-cost options. You need someone to bear witness to your pain to help you cut through this isolation. If you are being isolated by a partner and it's getting severe, please consider exploring domestic violence resources and agencies near you. You can look up information online, but it is very important that you don't look up these resources online if the device is on a shared network like the cloud, or it's shared iPads and phones where a partner could see it. Use a friend's phone or a work computer, but explore those resources carefully. You don't have to, thirdly, I want you to remember, you don't have to talk about your relationship when you talk to friends. You can just give them a non-committal answer. Everything's fine with him, everything's fine with her, we're fine. But talk about them. Just check on them. Just the act of social contact could be helpful.
For our 30th anniversary, we have thousands of rollbacks, 30% off or more.
Fourth, try and walk somewhere where you can be distanced, but at least you could see other people. Yeah, it can be loneliest when you're in a crowd, but if you can see other human faces, that can sometimes help. Number 5, find all of the narcissistic support resources you can. They're here. There are social media feeds on Facebook and Instagram. There are good communities springing up all the time. Here's what I ask from all of you. In the comment section of this video, if there are narcissistic abuse resources that have been useful, will you please put those links in the comment section? I want to help people get to those places so they don't feel isolated, and I want this to be a place where people know where they can go and get some of that support. Breaking out of isolation is the narcissist's fear. They don't want you to break out because, of course, it means you might leave or get other people to tell you that you might need to leave or give you support. Start small. Listen to alternate viewpoints. The more you can hear other points of view, the more you can be with other people, the more you can have other reality checks and touchstones, the less likely you are to be isolated. It's such a standard part because there's so much shame about being in these relationships, but you have nothing to be ashamed of. You're a human being. There is no instruction manual for this. I'm doing my best here to give you one, but you're figuring this out. That have been useful for you. Hey, like I said, Instagram feeds that have been great. People with Facebook pages, you name it. Let's get it all organized here. And those people are doing great work about getting this information out. Let's go over and take a look at what they've got so we can make this community bigger and bigger all the time. So let's try it like this. I'm going to put this as a conjecture to you. Imagine you lived amongst a group of really, really tall people, and you're of average height. I don't know, 5'5", 5'6", 5'7", 5'7", 5'8", if you're a guy. Let's say everyone around you was 6'3" or taller. So over time, your identity became a sort of smaller statured person. You'd automatically stand in the front of group pictures, maybe even ask people to reach stuff for you. Then let's say you moved out of this house of tall folks, and you start living with people with a range of heights. and you're no longer the smallest one in the group. That's going to be a shift. Or, more realistic examples, those of you who might have been in a really, really competitive, intense job, or you started working out with people who were elite athletes, or you went to one of those really, really competitive colleges, and your identity as being really good at something got a little crumbled, and you thought, maybe I'm not as good as I thought. Context matters. Our identity, our sense of who we are, is very much shaped by the context. Our identity might be like, well, I'm actually not that tall when we lived with the really tall people. Pull us away from the tall people and maybe put us with a mix of heights. You're like, oh, I'm kind of average height. You might think like you're actually really good as a student, as an athlete, as a person in a given job, but then you're working with the best and most driven, the best of the best, and you're thinking, oh, okay, your identity shifts from like, I thought I was really great at this, not as good as I thought. Context can shape identity, even though identity feels like something very stable. In a narcissistic relationship, identity is also very much shaped by the toxic stuff that happens. And things that people in these relationships often feel like, I'm too needy, I ask for too much, I'm always doing the wrong thing, I'm socially unskilled, I'm not that smart, I'm not good enough. So think about how your identity was shaped by being in a narcissistic relationship. And while this is very profound when you're growing up, your identities can get formed and reformed by being in a narcissistic relationship in adulthood. You may be confident and well put together, and then get into an adult narcissistic relationship, and then recognize that your identity slides into some really sort of distorted patterns. But that narcissistic relationship kind of becomes a backdrop for your identity, especially when it's an important or significant relationship. And even if it is an identity that doesn't feel good, things like, I'm not good enough, I'm mediocre, I'm selfish, whatever it is, the narcissistic relationship is almost like a pathological scaffold that keeps that identity in place. Then, what if the relationship does end, or you do step away from it? What happens then? I would love to sit here and tell you that it's all moonbeams and rainbows, and your identity just pops back into a happy place, like just boom, just put some water on it, and it grows, and you're confident, and you have an accurate self-appraisal, and all of that good stuff. But that's not how it unfolds. Most people, when their narcissistic relationship ends, find themselves sort of banging around a little bit without the dysfunctional scaffold of the narcissistic person. Who are you? Their voices get into your head. You still think of yourself as how they talked about you. But without them being in your life, you might actually now have some competing healthy voices trickling in. But it doesn't mean we just pop out of it and out of that negative identity. And sometimes that sort of lost-ish feeling after one of these relationships ends can even leave you wondering if you were wrong to step away, and wonder who you are. In the absence of a new identity, our tendency is to sort of hold on to the one we had. That's not doing you any favors. This experience of sort of feeling like a lost identity outside of the narcissistic relationship, remember that narcissistic relationships keep us really busy. There's something to do. We have to try to be enough. We have to anticipate their needs. We have to walk on eggshells. We have to ride the roller coaster. Awful as that busy work was, it was sort of something to do. So with even all of that loss, it's like losing a job. And if you've ever lost a job or retired, you know that some of your identity goes with it, and that's not easy. Growth is uncomfortable. And because we try to avoid discomfort, we may avoid growth and remain locked into bad jobs, bad relationships, bad family situations, bad situations of all kinds, because the devil we know and the fear of the unknown and all of that stuff doesn't mean we don't want to grow, but we also don't want to be uncomfortable. Trying to reshape our identities post-narcissist can feel really destabilizing. And it's also about finding new things to do, finding yourself. All of this is a central aspect of healing, and it's also one of the hardest. There's no quick pathway on this. Initially, you may find that rumination keeps you stuck in the identity you held in the narcissistic relationship, and that takes time to evaporate.
Depend offers all-day protection, so you can say yes to almost anything. Yes! 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 No. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Talk about it, process it, feel the feelings. Don't just distract, but feel them. Slowly start developing new aspects of yourself. You need to move slowly in the post-narcissism landscape because you are learning a new version of yourself. When you aren't invalidated and you are aware that you aren't invalidated, you may be more likely to take more chances, to be a little proud of something you did, to talk to someone new. It takes, sometimes it can even take years to get there. But having people around you that can point out to you the new things happening, and then receiving praise for good things you've done, people who are showing interest in what you have to say, who are not stealing in reality, the more of that happening means you start to trust yourself more too. But this initial sense of, who am I? Like, what am I about? Kind of a loss of identity is a very normal part of the initial grief and of the healing process. Don't let it psych you out. Getting to know yourself is a getting acquainted process with someone new. Figure out what you want, what you like, above all, what you need. You may find out that you actually like to go to bed early, or you like to eat dinner at 4, or recognize that it takes you a minute to warm up at a party, or that you want to avoid violent movies or stay in on a Saturday night. Just basically gave you the Dr. Romani handbook there. But all of those patterns may have been so shamed that you started to believe that they weren't true of you, or you tried to negate things that were true of you to become what the narcissistic people in your world wanted and needed for themselves. Healing means it's time to be you. That is the type of part of healing that is much harder to do if you stay in a narcissistic relationships. But please try to find safe spaces where you can be you. And in fact, you may then recognize that your safest relationships are the ones where you can be you and allow your true self to shine. For those of you interested in more content on healing, please check out the video notes. You can get more information on my healing program. But remember that we are so shaped by the narcissist that seeing ourselves without them seems like it's going to be a walk in the park, but it's actually a little bit hard because now all of a sudden we're like, wait a minute, I thought I was the short one around here. You start to realize that their context, the only way that works was you devaluing yourself, finding that true depth of you, that courageous, serene, good you that was always there. That unearthing happens when you're no longer having the sun blocked by the shadow of a narcissistic relationship. Thanks again.
We're Cafe William, and we're setting out to make the world's most sustainable coffee, one that's 100% electrically roasted.
Now here's where you gotta be careful though, Lisa, right? Narcissistic people, for their lack of empathy, lack of self-awareness, lack of regard for others, have an uncanny ability to recognize when someone's playing them. You might actually see an uptick in rage, and their manipulations may become more cruel. It's almost like, you think you're getting away easy? Oh, hell no.
What actual cruel and manipulative tactics would a narcissist start to use when they feel like they're losing control of you?
So a lot of things. This relationship works if you kind of give them what they want. And for a lot of folks in a narcissistic relationship, it's this person's manipulating you. They're gaslighting you. You're confused. They say terrible things to you, so you react. It's a very normal reaction. As soon as you react or you get frothed up or you show strong emotion, you gave them exactly what they wanted, right? And so as you try to disengage, not fall for the manipulation, understand what it is you're dealing with. If they sense they're losing control of you, like you said, you might actually see an uptick in rage, right? That their manipulations may become more cruel. It's almost like you think you're getting away easy. Oh hell no! I'm going to say things that are even worse. I'm going to put you in even more problematic positions. Now, obviously, this is not a continuum. In a milder relationship where you may not, it may be things like classical one. If you really do hold your ground against a narcissistic person to engage, you'll get a lot of, oh, so what's this? Are we in therapy now? Did your therapist teach you to do this? So it'll be very contemptuous, very dismissive. Mockery. It'll be sheer mockery, which is very unpleasant to deal with, and it takes a toll on you over time. In some cases, they will attack things that matter to you. They will, your kids, your livelihood, your appearance, any of those things. For them, it's almost no holds barred because they're throwing the Hail Mary pass. They're going to sort of pull you back in. In some cases, they'll beat you to the punch and say, well, if you don't want to spend time with me, they'll step away. Now, you might think, well, that sounds great. A lot of people out there have abandonment issues. And all they want is for this relationship to work more normally, or they may not want to lose the person. But when the narcissistic person sort of does an about face and says, I'm out of here, like, I don't need this. I don't know who this is, but I don't need this. And some people say, ooh, I don't know that I wanted them fully to go away. So abandonment is almost this big card that narcissistic people will play. You might think of the silent treatment, and they don't play when it comes to silent treatment. They can go weeks. I do remember working with a few clients where they said, week 6 of silent treatment, living with someone, hasn't said a word to me. Every so often they'll do the passive-aggressive play of, hey, Billy, could you tell your mom to pass the potatoes, like that kind of passive-aggressive stuff? But if there is no third parties in the home, it is all silent treatment. Maybe some things handled in writing, maybe, but maybe not even that. And you got to have a nerves of steel to be able to handle it. It's just, if people say that it makes them feel sick, and they'll say, I don't know what made me sicker, dealing with their reaction to me finally like pulling back my supply, or having to just put up with their shenanigans and give in to it. And the point is, no path is easy in these relationships. So all of those things can happen.
Oh, where do we start, Cal? So if they're using that then as a manipulation tactic, are they just trying to make it worse than it already is? Like, what's the thought process that's actually going on behind that?
Too many people give people with this personality style too much, I don't know if it's credit